And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the 2025 Kung Fu Cup number 4 StarCraft Evolution Edition. I'm of course host VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. I do apologize for the downtime. I do apologize for the extended delays here. We've been live or waiting for almost 2 hours. Do apologize, but the show will go on. The show will go on. I do apologize, but hopefully we're able to get things going and we're able to catch up on everything that's been going on. Now, for those that are curious, Kung Fu Cup did take place over a week ago at this point. We've been trying to find some time here to cover these events, to cover these matches. As you imagine, as you I'm sure know, our schedule has been very jam-packed here, casting twice a day, every single day, morning and evening. And now we have finally found some time to cover these matches, to go over the Kung Fu Cup. Let us go. For those that are curious, Kung Fu Cup has been around for many years at this point, but in this most recent year, this most recent season, we have been featuring some StarCraft Evolution and some Warcraft Evolution as well. Basically, especially now that WTL is on an extended hiatus and may never return at this point, it's really cool to see SC Boys stepping into the ring and having a little bit more fun with their weekly tournaments. Whether it's with Warcraft 3 Evolution or StarCraft Evolution, they've been investing quite a lot of time and quite a lot of effort into it as well. So big shout out to SC Boy, big shout out to the admin team alongside them, as they have kindly provided replays to us as well. Unfortunately, when it comes to these events, they do occur Wednesday evenings, and at the time of this event we were covering the Rex March Madness. Did coincide with the Rex March Madness, so we were covering that instead, but now we're here to catch up. Let's go. We're here to catch up. Everyone is ready. Hope everyone is excited. Our first series here going to be a best of 3 between Dark and F91. Speaking of SC Boy, F91 is one of the main casters and content creators over at SC Boy, a very passionate StarCraft personality in the Chinese scene and the Chinese community, and he also, I believe, did actually start his career as a player, not a caster, many years ago in, I want to say, Warcraft 3, maybe in Brood War as well. I'm sure a lot of history is there with F91 and Xiao Se alongside the Brood War and Warcraft 3 community. I'm sure that's a big reason as to why they are getting involved and why they're jumping into the ring. So really cool to see F91 playing once again after so long. Do appreciate. Here we go. Just catching up. StarCraft Evo is by far one of the most interesting StarCraft things happening right now. I mean, I would agree. I mean, personally, I do really enjoy StarCraft 2. To me, there's no replacement to that. But I would say that StarCraft Evolution is really refreshing. I would say that that's caught my attention more than the other RTSs. I'm referring to Zero Space, Stormgate, referring to Battle Aces as well. Like, these are games that haven't really caught my attention too much, not yet. And StarCraft Evolution has really, it's just been refreshing. Just been a lot of fun. For sure, at least that's my perspective, at least my perspective. Warcraft 3 Evolution is different. Warcraft 3 Evolution is definitely fascinating and intriguing to look at. It's a lot of fun. It's entertaining, I will say that. we always have a lot of fun with Warcraft 3 Evolution, and we'll get there eventually in the coming weeks. For now, though, we're jumping into our first matchup. We're jumping into our first series here, Dark and F91. Let's go. Let us go. I wish StarCraft Evo has a ladder. It does have a ladder, actually. It does have a ladder, but you do have to jump through a couple of hoops here. Shout out to, again, those working behind the scenes, just because I put in a lot of work into StarCraft Evolution and into their ladder system as well. They do have a ladder, by the way, so yeah, do check that out. It is new. It is a new feature. I should say the ladder is in like testing mode right now, and they released their ladder, I want to say, back in February, like end of January coming to February is when they released their ladder. So technically there is one. But again, it is like in a more like beta phase. Meanwhile, we're jumping in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have our Chinese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing SC Boy. It is F91. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Brood War Terran player, not Zerg. He's the main Zerg, but he is here as Terran. It is Dark. Let us go. Now for some context, some of you might be watching, for some of you might be regulars here on the channel, maybe thinking, hold up, didn't you have like a farewell show match with Dark over the weekend? That is true, we did. These matches did take place before that kind of farewell show match that we had for Dark. So this is, again, this is a little bit dated in a sense by a week. So this is before that farewell show match that we did, that did take place over the weekend. For now, though, we are going to be settling in. Now, if you've been watching Dark in StarCraft Evolution, you know a couple of different things. One, you'll know that Dark is the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution, 100%. When I think of the hierarchy in StarCraft Evolution, I think of the top Protosses being Classic being the top Protoss. I think Dark is the best Zerg. And when I think of Terran, I do think of Spirit. Spirit is the best Terran player in StarCraft Evolution. Those are kind of like the trifecta so far that have been getting a lot of success. In saying that, though, because of Dark's upcoming retirement, I'm sure that's a part of it. Dark, he has been playing a lot of random. He's been playing a lot of random instead. Here, he has chosen to play Terran. If you remember, it was a couple of weeks ago at this point, Dark, he did play exclusively Terran in the StarCraft Evolution King of the Hill number 1. I think he also played some Protoss there as well. Like Dark, he has been having a lot of fun off-racing. He's been off-racing instead. He's been devoting a little bit less time playing purely Zerg. Here we go. This has been a very popular build so far here amongst Brood War Terran players. This should be 3 racks stim timing. So far, only 2 racks, so this is not the most common variation of this, but this does hit like a truck. As you can see already, medics are on the way. This is what is different between StarCraft Evolution and StarCraft 2, is that these 2-on-1, like quote-unquote, like SE2 2-on-1 stim timings, they hit harder and faster here in Brood War because you do not need a starport for support. Already medics are on the way and Marines are moving out, so the initial bunker is going to be denied, so Dark is going to be deflected initially, but we have Firebats on the way as well. Firebats do so well supporting, so well dealing with all these lings, and we'll see if F91 can survive this essentially one base all in. Now Dark is expanding behind this. He does have a CC on the way, but Dark is committing. He is moving out right now. F91 massing up lings here on 3 bases, does have 3 hatcheries, but it's going to be pure ling to defend. Oh, it's going to be slow lings actually. Yeah, slow lings 2 hold on. Bailing Nest is on the way. Bailing Speed just began, so late gas is here for F91. Yeah, very greedy build. I'm pretty sure F91, he went for a 3rd hatch before gas. Ay. So very greedy. Dark, he's going for the Queen. Bunker did complete. We have a backup bunker on the way, slowly pushing forward. Queen goes down. Lings, they do try to engage. Once again, though, they're going to be zoned away. Again, still no Ling speed. Once again, going for the Queen. Oh my god, another Queen goes down. Massive pickup. He gets 1, gets 2, gets all 3 Queens. And the Lings, they melt. The Lings, they melt. GG gets called as this snowballs out of control, and Dark will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Was this show match pre-latest SC Evo patch? Yes, it was. For those that are curious, as to what's going on, last week there was a patch in StarCraft Evolution, which we covered over the podcast. And do you know what got nerfed? This build. I say this build, ByuN in general in StarCraft Evolution did get nerfed. If you're curious what exactly the patch was, I do recommend checking out the patch notes, but the patch specifically nerfed the power of the medic. The medic now in the latest patch, not in this tournament, but a future after this event, after this tournament, the medic now has, I believe its healing rate has been reduced, so it has less healing, and likewise the HP of the medic was reduced as well. But in general, and that did affect like ByuN in general in Brood War for StarCraft Evolution, just because again these early stim timings, whether it's 2 rack stim, 3 racks as well, they hit so hard and so fast as well, more so than usual, and yeah, it can be quite difficult to deal with. Not impossible, but difficult is what I should emphasize here. It's not like everyone was dying to it, but it was just, again, a lot more strenuous to deal with that kind of timing, with that kind of push. And here we go, we're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have our... Oh, I should fix up his name. We have our Chinese Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg from land of China. Oh, representing SC Boy, it is F91. And spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Terran player. Usually is Zerg, but now he is off racing as Terran. It is Dark. As the roles have been reversed, Dark is playing SE2 Terran and F91 is playing Brood War Zerg. Here we go. And again, welcome one all to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, or top side as well. So there's a little bit of RNG when it comes to scouting, when it comes to early game aggression. We'll see if Dark once again goes for a 2-1-1. For now, going for the racks at the natural. Already looks like a 2-racks Reaper build. So we'll see if Dark does have some fun with 2-racks Reaper. Now, when it comes to, we'll see if Reapers get involved. When it comes to these older Brood War maps, something to bear in mind, no Reaper Cliff. There's no Reaper Cliff coming into the main base. We have a full wall here covering the main, protecting the main base specifically, so Reapers are going to be a non-factor. This is also a balance thing as well, just because, as you can imagine, Brood War Zerg players have no queens. They have no queens, so defensively they are weaker. They have to rely a lot more on choke points. They have to rely on these choke points, have to rely on their spine crawlers, I should say sunken colonies as well, and the first Reapers on the way. It's going to be Racks Expand. Economic opener here out of Dark. Not going to Rex Reaper. Likewise, across the map, we do have F91 going for his own hatch gas pool. So standard opener out of F91 going for a macro hatch as well. Now, macro hatcheries are a lot more common here in StarCraft Evolution. The reason for this is because, as I just mentioned, there are no queens, there are no injects, so you do require macro hatcheries here a lot more commonly as the Brood War Zerg player. So we're getting up to our first macro hatch. Typically, we see another macro hatch here to help wall off, to help kind of wall off this location, and then a third base. Just to keep up with that larva. Meanwhile, Link speed is on the way. We can see F91, he doesn't pull out a gas. So with this, he can go from Lings into Ling Hydra. He can also go into a faster lair as well, and potentially even go into a Spire. But now, Dark does dip in. Gets a drone kill. One drone does go down. Good start here for Dark. And you can see F91, he has to reinforce. Does move in. Dark once again dancing with those Lings. Ling speed still a non-factor. And behind this, Dark is just getting to his own factory follow-up. So nothing too crazy, just racks into CC, into factory. Oh, it's going to be a 1-1-1. Okay, Dark is being aggressive here. Now, typically, we'd be seeing a third command center by now, but no, Dark, he's going for a straight-up 1-1-1. He's going to be building up his Hellions initially. This can go into Hellion Banshee. Can even head into a different direction, Hellion Viking, Hellion Liberator. We'll see what is done with that starport. For now, Dark is moving in. Dark, he's just, again, punishing those Lings. Ling speed is about to kick in. We have our third base on the way for F91. And he's rushing into the lair. Very fast lair here for F91. Now, this is a lair, and there is no Hydrogen yet. So, I mentioned earlier that we could be seeing Spire play. This could be the beginning of that. This could be the beginning of a Spire and Muta play out of F91. We could just see maybe a delayed Hydrogen into Lurker Tech, I suppose. But again, we should have seen a Hydrogen by now. I'm leaning towards Mutas. Again, for those that are curious, Hydras are hatch tech. So if this was Hydra tech, we would already see it. Like, if it was going to be Hydras, we'd already see a Hydrogen. That's why I'm leaning towards Mutas instead. Hellions, they dip in. They do roast up a couple of those Lings. Oh, they avoid this round. Coming in for the dive. Yeah, not bad. Does surround, does catch out those Hellions. At least tries to, but Dark, he slips away. Oh, Brutal Volley's going to be going off, and before we can even talk about the lair, these Hellions, they've broken through. They're going to be able to overwhelm. This was also greedy by F91. I mentioned something earlier. How do you defend early on here as Zerg? Sunken colonies. You need those sunken colonies here. You need that side defense, and we saw nothing. And the game may just end. The game may just end here and now. F91 being punished for potentially inexperience. There's the Spire. It was going to be Mutas, as we mentioned, but too greedy. It's far too greedy here. Zero side defense, and with that, drones are going to be going down. Dark, he got a full scout of the bases. The Liberator has Rydul's Hellion into Lib, into a Stim. Timing a Stim is on the way. And F91, he's struggling. He is struggling to survive, struggling to hold on. He is getting roasted. Oof. Oh, yeah. And yeah, there's no stopping this. There's no stopping this. Every worker is going to go down. We have Lings counter-attacking across the map, but there's a full wall. And with that Dark, he's perfectly safe and sound. He's safe and sound back at home. Finally, the Hellions, they cleaned up. Finally, they go down. Liberator is still wreaking havoc. There's no anti-air. There's zero anti-air here for F91. There's no answer. GG gets called, and Dark, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Dark. He will claim the series. Again, a strong performance here out of Dark. F91, it does look like he is a little bit inexperienced when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, just because of his overall build. As I mentioned, it is very, very common. If you watch players like Shin, like even Dark, alongside 3Point and all the other top Zerg players in StarCraft Evolution, you do need SimCity, you do need to wall off. Again, it's a very different dynamic. You don't often need SimCity and walls in StarCraft 2, but in Brood War you do need to in a way wall off and set up your sag defense. You do need to rely on those sunken colonies, otherwise you'll be broken. Otherwise you will be broken early on. GG. GG, well played. But a shout out to F91. Shout out to F91 for competing. Again, he is mainly a caster nowadays. He's not really too much of a competitor. I know he is masters in SE2, and I appreciate that he does step into the ring here, so much love. Much love to F91, as now he can go back to the casting couch. GG. GG, well played. Dark, will advance on into the next round, but we do have another round of 16 match ready for us here. We did mention earlier, when it comes to the top players in StarCraft Evolution, the top of each race, who are they? Dark, Classic, and Spirit. Those are the top three. And who do we feature up next? Classic. Classic versus DeWalt in a PvP. Let's go. Let us go. SEL casters went. Yo, if we have a caster invitational for StarCraft Evolution, that'd be amazing. Who would count as a caster in StarCraft Evolution? Who casts? I mean, I say that. I feel like it's going to be dominated by KuyN and the STC, right? Like, maybe I'm overrating them, but 100%, like, thinking about the casters in StarCraft Evolution, like, I feel like no contest, like, KuyN and the STC, they will dominate. Like, oh my, it's going to be crazy. But, yeah, I definitely put them above all the others. Top and the STC, yeah, KuyN and top. Sorry, KuyN and the SEC, 100%. But I thought he counts as a caster, I suppose. Yeah, I guess he counts. I guess. Indy is strong. I rate the Terrans above Indy for sure. For sure. Just catching up with the chat. Hydra should do okay, right? But I guess Hydra's suck real bad versus Hydra. No, Hydras are fine. Going Ling Hydra into Lurker is viable in Brood. Sorry, in ZVT. Brutal versus SE2 for sure. But as we mentioned, like, there was no indication, no sign of Hydra tech there, just because of the lack of Hydrogen and the faster layer. But here we go. We're getting into our next matchup. Up next, we have our PvP. We're gonna be featuring Classic against DeWalt. Let's go. I'm ready for the PvP. Let's jump in. Crank such. I mean, I guess to be fair, I haven't looked at the results yet, but for those who are unaware, Crank did recently play in the there was the streamer show match, right? There was a streamer show match featuring Crank, KuyN, and JYP. Alongside a bunch of other Chijic streamers. I didn't see the results, but CranKy would also be another contender, I would suppose. I don't know what he looks like currently, and I didn't see those matches, that tournament. But he did compete. Meanwhile, here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, the Brood War Protoss player. It is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player. It is DeWalt, the SC2 Protoss. Here we go, once again jumping into Sylphid. Once again, 3-player spawn map. We can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, or the top side, and we'll see what DeWalt is looking like. Now, in general, a lot of the CIS players have been competing in StarCraft Evolution. And part of that is also because they've been hosting their own tournaments. We mentioned Bratok, he has been hosting his own StarCraft Evolution tournaments, 3D Clan as well, and I want to say potentially Mindo VK, but they've been hosting their own events, and they've been all partaking and participating. They've been playing in some 2v2 events as well, which has been a lot of fun to see, featuring StarCraft Evolution. I'm still waiting to see the 2v2 SC Evo Western side of things, or, you know, non-CIS region. But they've been playing a lot, so I have a really hard time gauging the strength of some of these players. I'm referring to having a hard time to gauging Wayne, Young Yakov, DeWalt, Bratok, Mindo VK. I'm still like very much so kind of feeling out their strength or their power levels. I don't really know where to place them in the hierarchy of, you know, the rest of the StarCraft Evolution scene. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. I'm excited to see how DeWalt compares to Classic. As I mentioned before, like you know, Classic is coming in as heavy favorites, but I'm excited to see DeWalt and see what he has to offer. Let's go. Let's go. As we are going to be opening up Double Stalker, so 2-gate opener into Double Stalker from DeWalt. This is going to be scouted. At Classic, he does check the top side. Now bottom right, Classic is aware of the location of DeWalt. Likewise, DeWalt also probe scouts as well. Does confirm. Stalkers do move out, Classic is aware, and back at home setting up his own shield battery. Again, shield batteries, they are very much so a thing here in Brood War, but alas, they don't have the energy overcharge, so in a sense, like they have their own kind of flavor to them. I also believe you cannot target buildings with them either, so they're a little bit more limited in a sense. So far, Dragoons, they do poke back the Stalkers. So far, Classic, he does force him back. So far, he does deflect. That's it. Does deflect. Likewise, scouting across map. DeWalt now will expand, but again, a much later expansion for DeWalt. Classic is already saturating on 2 bases. Again, he went for a more economic opener instead, and so far, Classic enjoying that greater economy. And Stalker's trying to force their way in. Third Dragoon has arrived. Does focus on the first Stalker. Nicely done. And again, that shield battery coming in clutch, keeping every single Dragoon alive. With that Classic, he will dominate the fight. He will chase him down. Again, Dragoons, they do outrange Stalkers. Stalkers have to back off. Likewise, Classic. Now, it is a lot more Classic, in a sense, to open up Dragoon into Reaver. Like, Reaver transitions and Reaver-based tech is so common in almost every single Brood War Protoss matchup. But not here. Instead, Classic going for Zealot Legs. That is the Citadel. Citadel of Adun is going to be for charge or for Zealot Legs. I mean, I would imagine. We'll see. Stalkers, sorry, as Dragoons do move out. Likewise, DeWalt setting up back at home. Again, going for a much later expansion. The aggression and the build and the opener of DeWalt wasn't really worth it here. It didn't really pay for itself. And we can see it's going to be Citadel of Adun into the Templar Archives initially here for Classic. Let's go. Going for the Templar Archives. Dragoons, they poke in. They dance with the army. So far, nice pickoffs. They get a Stalker. And they almost get the pylon as well. So far, nice control here by Classic. Pokes in, gets another Stalker. Pylon goes down. And just the efficiency here, just getting so much damage and in a way overrunning DeWalt. And DeWalt having a hard time keeping up. Likewise, I spoke earlier how it's a little bit more commonplace to see in PvP to see Dragoon into Reaver. Likewise, it's a little more common to see Stalker into Immortal here from the side of DeWalt. You can see that, yeah, the efficiency is just far too much. He's losing everything here to the Dragoons, and Classic, he will take game number 1. GG. Does take a lead in the series. When it comes to this overall matchup here, the reason why we often see robo openers from the side of SC2 Protoss is because Immortals feel a little bit more necessary to actually tank, to maintain themselves, and to punish those Dragoons. Rushing into Blink, yes, Stalkers are more mobile, but you can see there that window before Blink kicks in, those Dragoons, they just dominate. They force back those Stalkers. GG. GG, well played. Classic ending it real fast and real quick. And now we're jumping to game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. are getting into that second game, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. But now rocking SE2, it is Classic. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the Yellow Protoss, making his return. It is DeWalt. Fun fact, DeWalt actually tried to play an MSO. It was our most recent MSO. Of course, DeWalt, he's a bit of a bigger name, and again, he's more commonly competing in Brood War, I believe. Yeah, he actually came back and he tried to play an MSO because his MMR is quite low on the ladder. But I was like, mate, you barely have any games. What's going on? He hasn't competed in SE2 since Heart of the Swarm. Like he has not touched the game in Legacy of the Void. So it's been a long time. I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm just coming back. You know, I haven't competed in SE2 in years. But yeah, it's good to see him return. Good to see him. Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have fixed it up. It's my apologies, of course, if I didn't make it clear, Classic and DeWalt, not F91. My apologies. As we have a Classic, moving out with this probe. My eyes are on Classic, does throw it in a pylon. We'll see if he comes back to it. For now, going to be a proxy pylon out in the center of the map, going for a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Classic. It looks like it's just going to be a fake proxy pylon. Meanwhile, DeWalt's back at home, also setting up on the high ground, going for his own 2-gate opener. Okay. 2-gate opener out of DeWalt. Classic, he goes back to the pylon. Are we committing? Do we go for the 1-base all-in? Do we go for the Robo? We'll keep an eye on him. Could be Stargate, could be Robo. There it is. Robo has been thrown down. A 1-base all-in from Classic. He's committing to an all-in. And DeWalt, he does probe scout. DeWalt should recognize the pylon is missing. The second pylon is nowhere to be found. He should know that it's somewhere on the map. And DeWalt, it's going to be on our Yellow Protoss to scout and to confirm. Ooh. I'm hoping he recognizes what he saw. Because he's setting up for the expand. For now, double Dragoon. Does force back the probe. Does get the kill. No, sure, he's going for the Nexus. He's going for the Nexus. Okay, he's scouting. Okay, thankfully. So he does scout the top side of the map. So he's checking for proxy Stargate. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite find the actual proxy. He's looking though. He's searching. Getting into Dragoon range. Classic, he does threaten a shade here towards the main. Doesn't quite make his way in. Dragoons are still building up. Meanwhile, Immortals are on the way. Classic, oh, he will threaten a shade. Confirms no expansion. But it's now being thrown down. Again, it's going to be purely Dragoon here from DeWalt. And Immortals, I mean, that's what they want. They want to play, they want to fight off against those Dragoons. Speaking of, we can see Classic has still not been scouted. DeWalt's still trying to figure out what's going on. Ooh, Classic bit of a move command. Does miss a volley. He will trade 1 for 1. Gets 1 Dragoon. Moving in, losing a second Stalker. At the same time, yeah, he does reveal himself. Classic is pushing. Takes down another Dragoon. Immortal is revealed. Oh, the flanking Stalker. Nicely done. And back at home, what does DeWalt have? The shield battery is not going to finish. It should not finish. Should not complete. He's going to have 3 Dragoons back at home. And the Immortals going in. Yeah, the boys, they have to be pulled. Dragoon, 1 more shot. Up! Oh my god. Does survive. Does barely survive. Prism has arrived as well. Nice juggling. Takes down both Dragoons. And with that Classic he started, he has broken his opponent. There's nothing left at home to defend. Warping in the face of DeWalt. Ay, ay, ay. Warps in into the natural, into the main even. Stalkers have arrived and DeWalt is being overwhelmed. GG gets called. A Classic, he does snowball out of control and he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Classic, he does pop off. Unfortunately, it took a little bit too long for DeWalt to recognize what was going on. Because of that, he was caught out in the open. Ideally, you're able to build up your Dragoons, preserve them back at home to be able to defend your shield batteries, to get them up and running, to be able to buy time and to get the rest of your production underway. Unfortunately, DeWalt, most of his army was caught on the map, right? He lost, what was it, 4 Dragoons out on the map, out across the map even, not defensively back at home, so he lost most of his army, and he was vulnerable. He was vulnerable to that one Immortal, he was vulnerable to the all-in of Classic, so GG, well played. Unfortunately, DeWalt, it took him a little bit too long to realize what was happening. By the time he did, it was too late. Was too late. With that, Classic, he will claim the series, and will advance on to the quarterfinals. Here we go. Likewise, we now step on over here to our quarterfinals matches. Okay, we have a PvT between SKillous and Spirit. This is going to be a spicy one. I mentioned before, when I think of the best Terran player in StarCraft Evolution, I do think of Spirit here. And likewise, when I think of the top Protoss players, SKillous, would I say he's top 2? I think so. I think I would say SKillous, he's probably top 2 Protoss, just below Classic. I rate SKillous higher than like Rebellion or Adeshi or Prome. I rate him higher than Hero. He's very inexperienced when it comes to StarCraft Evolution. He plays in it for fun more than anything. So yeah, SKillous, he's a bigger name here, and it is a shame that they're facing this early on. I would love to see Spirit and SKillous, you know, in a later series, in just like further along in the tournament. So Funada the seeding, shaking my head, and we'll see how these two face off. I'm ready, I'm excited. The first 2 matches that we covered were a little bit more one-sided, but this is when the big names start hitting each other. Let's go. This is where we expect a back and forth. We do expect a back and forth, and here we go, spawning in the top side of Sylphid once again. We have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Spirit. Representing that StarCraft 2 Terran race, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have our Brood War Protoss player. Representing Team Liquid, it is SKillous. Here we go. So our players are going to be settling in. And again, when it came to the first 2 matches, we had a lot of all-ins. We had a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression. The games did end very quickly, but I mean, that's sometimes what happens when there is a bit of a skill gap between the players. Here, I do expect this to be a little bit longer, to go the distance. For Spirit, at least when he plays Brood War Terran, he is very fond of mech, very fond of mech. Here, he might be more aggressive, though. I know that Spirit, he has a certain reputation when it comes to StarCraft 2 and being very greedy and being very macro-oriented, but that does kind of go out the window here in this matchup instead, so we could see Spirit be more assertive here. For now, SKillous scouting. SKillous, he does scout bottom right. He does find there is no expansion. There is no Spirit, not yet. Likewise, Spirit, no SCV scout. He doesn't bother. No SCV scout from Spirit. Just opening up back at home with his ranks into Reaper, into a later scout. As it does go CC first, by the way. So CC first out of Spirit. So very greedy start here from our Terran player. Very greedy. SKillous does open Zealot. And SKillous, could he try to punish this? I mean, he will find the CC, that is true, but I believe the command center should finish because it's so fast, right? If this was a Rax expand, then the Zealot could arrive here to delay, but because it's CC first, I believe it should finish. It's going to be close. SCV taking a lot of hits, Zealot's on the way. Yeah, it should complete. Yeah, another SCV has arrived. Command center should complete in time. A third SCV comes in. And again, SKillous with this Zealot opener, he was hoping that it was going to be a more standard build. It was not. It was a greedy build. And Spirit, he does get away with it. It does get away. Zealot does stride in. Going for the SCVs. We'll zone them away. It's going to be Marine first here from Spirit. Does open Marine first. Boys are being pulled. Can we get an SCV kill? We shouldn't, though. Yeah, Zealot forced the kite back. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Behind this, getting into Dragoons. Dragoons are on the way. And we'll see if SKillous does go into Reaver play, if he goes into Storm, goes into Charge. We'll keep an eye on it. But now, nice kiting. Does kite well. Does trade out the Marine for the Zealot. You know, the first Dragoon has arrived. It looks like the bunker will complete. Dragoon going for the mineral line. Doesn't get anything yet. And nice control here from Spirit. Pulls away in time. Oh! Dives into the bunker. Clutch save. Second Dragoon's on the way. Spirit behind this getting into tank production. But he has his Marines and he can load. Oh, the surround! Yeah, very nice setup. Does surround. Does look down that first Dragoon. Very nice control. And Spirit holds. Spirit, he does hold. Bleeds out 2 SCVs, but that is still worth it. Again, so many SCVs are low, but they survived. As SKillous still rallies across the map. Behind this, going for the Robo. And again, this should be for Reavers, but we'll keep an eye on SKillous. We'll keep an eye on him. So tank is moving in position. Spirit looks like he's setting up his 3-1-1. Very aggressive. Okay, we spoke earlier how Spirit, he has been more aggressive here when he plays SC2 against Brood War Protoss. That's what we're seeing. What I'm getting at here, no starport. Delayed starport out of Spirit. We have a prioritization of stim, so really fast stim into more Raxes, into now the later starport, into a ByuN push. So it's going to be an earlier move out, an earlier timing from Spirit. Tank while he's going off. I mean, it's just really interesting to see how different you can play here as SC2 Terran. What I'm getting at, typically you cannot rush into stim this early on because you need to prioritize your second and third tank so fast against blink-based openers. But there is no blink. What I'm getting at is that there's nothing threatening the main. There's nothing to threaten the main base, so you can afford to get into that stim much earlier. You can get into your ByuN production a little earlier as well. You can, in a sense, be greedier here as SC2 Terran than you can against SC2 Protoss. Premier third CC is on the way, so much earlier third base. Spirit, he's not going for a 2-base all-in. So faster upgrades, faster tech, but also a faster third base as well. Likewise, SKillous claiming his own third. With that Robo Opener, we assumed it was going to be for Reaver drops, and there it is. A Reaver drop is on the way. We have a shuttle speed being researched, and the Reavers are coming. Reavers are going to be making their way into the bases. Likewise, SKillous doing his best to contain Spirit. SKillous, he has very limited scouting information. He hasn't really seen much. And speaking of the Reaver drop, Spirit, he's already getting ready with his Vikings. Vikings are on the way. It's going to be a crucial part here of the Reaver defense to shut down the shuttle. Shuttle is moving in. And so far, 1 Reaver. Reaver does step forward. Observer pokes in. We finally get an eye here on the production. Vikings are scouted. SKillous, he's aware. He also sees, yeah, the 3-1-1 setup. He will soon confirm the third command center, I'm hoping. He's looking for it. Searching for tech. Doesn't see much more in the main. Still parked outside of the bases. Securing his third CC or third Nexus. And Spirit is now landing his third CC. From here, SKillous is getting into Zealot legs, into Charge. Likewise, Temple Archives on the way. That's going to be for Storm. It's a lot of tech for SKillous, but right now his army isn't looking too big. Will delay, going for the Viking. And again, because of the Vikings, because of the defensive setup, I love that SKillous, he doesn't even attempt to drop with his Reaver. Doesn't attempt any Reaver drop harass, because he knows it will just cost him the Reaver. Like, he will lose the shuttle if he tries. So he just contains. He just stays parked outside. At the same time, Spirit going for a double drop. SKillous, he does miss this. Yeah, a big blunder here. SKillous, he has to race back home. He's out of position. Probe's going to be going down. Spirit, he breaks out. Spirit now taking his third base. Oh! Shuttle getting caught as well. Oh my god. Barely is going to go down. Natural force as well, and in one swift move, Spirit, he may have just ended the game. Spirit, he may have just broken SKillous. Reavers, I mean, they're out in the open. They're crawling back home. They're not going to be a part of this. Zealots go down. Dragoons are exposed. There's a scan. Gets eyes on the Reavers. The Reavers, they're going to eventually be a part of this fight. Eventually. They're slowly waddling in. And yeah, SKillous, he just can't defend. He can't defend, not like this. Every Dragoon goes down. And SKillous, he stims. Sorry, Spirit, he stims. And he wins. Stims and he wins. He takes down the natural, gets into the production line. Reavers, they just fall to the tanks. So they can't do much. Again, all it took is one double drop. Like map control, map vision is so crucial and so important here in this matchup. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Spirit, he does claim the first game. Again, unfortunately, map vision and map control, I feel like saying that it's important is a bit of an understatement. Specifically in this matchup, in PvT Brood War Protoss against SE2 Terran, it's even more important because you're lacking a lot of mobility. You're lacking recall. You're lacking, I mean, technically there's like recall in the late game with like arbiters, but you're lacking like early to mid game recalls available to you. You're lacking any defensive workmans as well. You can see just how south everything can go with a drop like that, with being caught out of position one too many times, and once was enough there. It was also really unfortunate, not just that he missed the double drop, but that the shuttle got caught out, right? Like the shuttle being caught out in the open was also brutal. He saved the Reavers, but they were essentially out of the game, and those Reavers are such a big part of that defense as well, to be able to slow down the bio, to punish the bio, and to buy time for your Storm or more Zealots. Just everything went south real fast and real quick. And with that, Spirit takes the lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. And we'll see if SKillous can bounce back. See if he can bounce back, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Spirit. The land of Poland, and spawning in the top right-hand corner we have the SE2 Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is SKillous. Here we go. So players are settling in to Amygdala. Oh boy. Now, when it comes to Brood War Terran, Spirit, he's very fond of mech. He's very fond of mech and very fond of, you know, vulture play into Goliaths. You could argue that Spirit, he single-handedly got the Goliaths nerfed. You can make a strong argument for that. He's very fond of Mass Goliath. That was back in December. Of course, that was pre-nerf. But despite that, you know, they still have a lot of strengths, and mech is still very much so viable, and definitely Spirit's go-to. I'm making some assumptions here. We'll see if he does go into bio. Sorry, if he commits into mech or if he goes into bio. But mech is his go-to. His go-to style. So now we have our initial probe scouts. SKillous is moving in. Oh my god, setting up for a proxy. Okay, I was hoping for a longer game, especially on Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, but never mind. SKillous is going to be opening up with some proxy gateways. Let's go. Hyper aggression here out of SKillous. Now, this will work out in the sense that this is CC first. Command center first here from Spirit. We saw this in the last game. We see it again. Very greedy build here from Spirit. Later racks, later factory, later production. And it's going to be proxy Stargate. Yo, we're going back to 2021. It's proxy Void Ray. Proxy Void Ray here from SKillous with shield batteries, I would imagine. Now, this did lose a lot of effectiveness. One, because of all the nerfs, of course, to the Void Ray into the proxy, but also because of the responses from SE2 Terran players, with Cyclones, of course. Cyclone responses would shut this down, alongside Vikings. But here, when it comes to he scouts. Yeah, he does scout, he does confirm, he's fully aware what's going on. Now, what I was about to say is that your anti-air here, your secure anti-air is locked behind the largely behind Goliath tech. But there we go. Second factory is on the way. We're not making vultures. We should be making and pumping out those Goliaths to defend. But now we're setting up. Again, the Void Rays are in production. There's the armory. Alongside the machine shops. We do need those upgrades. I'm not too familiar with what it's called, but the Goliath equivalent to Macville accelerators. There we go. Bunkers are now done. A bunker here in both bases. Still waiting for the armory. Which again, like, this is why, like, the anti-air is delayed more so than Cyclones would, for example. So you have to wait for that armory. Marines, they hold the line for a time. There it is. Goliath production has begun. Armory is complete. And can a Spirit buy time for those Goliaths? So far, he's holding on. Nice rotation with the Marines. More Void Rays on the way. Spirit, he rotates back over into the main just in time. Void Rays, they do find a depot, but the Goliaths, they're here. They're online. The Goliaths, they will zone this back. And I'll be honest, once the Goliath count builds up, right now we're a little bit supply blocked, so the Goliaths are going to be delayed. Once we get up to, what, 4 or 5 Goliaths, I don't really see SKillous breaking this, especially with that upgrade. SKillous is looking for a way in. Spirit, he pre-pulls the boys. He's ready for the dive, ready for the repair. Spirit, he's going for it. Oh. I was thinking about it. It's up to 3 Void Rays. It does activate. It's going to be Charon boosters. There we go. Charon boosters. Oh, takes down a Void. Void Ray goes down. He has to respect that pulsar beam. Prismatic alignment. Prismatic alignment does run out. The natural base is forfeit. We're building on more Goliaths. Going for the shield batteries. Boys being pulled to repair. Oh. Booster upgrade is now done. We have siege mode on the way. Now, the purpose of the tanks, the purpose of the siege mode is to actually lay siege upon the buildings, upon the stack defense, upon those shield batteries. When our Spirit, he does save his command center. Oh, gets supply blocked. Deep is still on the way. Once again, Prismatic alignment gets activated. Going for the bunker. One of the Void Rays goes down. There's 2 Void Rays left. Down to 1 Void Ray. We have 1 Void Ray remaining. Takes down, just barely takes down the Goliath. Tank is sieged. Tank is sieged. Again, the supply blocks have been brutal. We're running out of Marines, running out of anti-air. The Void Ray, has he done it? Oh, it's close. The Goliath is coming. They're coming out just in time. And the Void Ray, can he escape? Oh, he barely can. Really does get away. Yeah, the tank did survive. Second tank is in production. Bunker's being rebuilt. Axe tanking some shots. That's a lot of stalkers. Yeah, there's a lot of reinforcing stalkers, and they will become a problem. Tank is doing what he can, but here comes a surround. Yeah, the flank comes in, takes down the tank, and SKillous, it looks like he has too much. He has far too much. Takes down every single Goliath, takes down the tanks. And he's done it. He's broken the back here of Spirit. The surround is solid, though. Oh my god. It takes down all the stalkers. Or most of them, I should say. He has to go back to mining. Again, gets 1 more Goliath. Mass repair will keep it alive. But for the most part, Spirit, I mean, he should have been broken here. His factory is going to go down. Massive pickoff. He can make 1 unit at a time. Oh my god, the repairs are insane. Jesus. Never mind. Is that 12 SCVs? 12 SCV kills. Now getting a second Goliath. But again, he's just got the 1. Repairs are not fast enough. And GG gets called. Whew, SKillous, he breaks Spirit, and SKillous ties up the series 1-1. Oh my god. GG, well played. SKillous does tie up the series. Again, a very intense defense there. Very fortunate that SKillous, he was able to pick off as many depots as he did. I want to say that Spirit, he got supply block like 3 times there, but these were big supply blocks for Spirit, which did delay production, which did delay even 1 or 2 Goliaths, 1 or 2 extra Goliaths. Could have made a stronger defense there and could have actually held onto those bunkers, held onto those tanks, and cleaned up additional Void Rays. GG. GG, well played with that. SKillous, he does overwhelm. And we're now getting into game number 3, the ace match. Let's go. Now, so far, these matches have been very fast. Even game 1 did end very abruptly. Here, of course, game 2, 1 base all in with a proxy. How will things change coming into game 3? Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran, tying up or being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. But again, I want to give praise to Spirit, especially when it came to his early game defense against that proxy. I was really concerned that it would take too long to really get those Goliaths out, but he did a great job with his bunker positioning, with his marine rotations as well. I was very impressed with the initial defense to be able to build up his first wave of Goliaths. But again, like, there were still a lot of supply blocks that were slowing him down, that were delaying additional Goliaths, and which really did hinder like Spirit's overall defense. Oh, hello. As this time we open up with a proxy across the map. Getting rallied into the main base is going to be a proxy Reaper. We'll see what Spirit can get done. Oh, as the first SCV goes down. SKillous, he scouts, he confirms. It does confirm the proxy. Gets on top of the SCV. I believe the racks will complete, depending on the RNG. Yeah, there we go. The racks will complete. As the SCV is going to be safe. Reaper's on the way. And we'll see if SKillous can pull off this defense. I mean, he's going for the early Zealot. He's aware. And he should be okay. And again, this isn't too committed. Ideally, this does get economic damage and we're able to get a bunker behind the mineral line, but the SCV HP is just too low. Just too low, so the SCV gets forced back. And there is no bunker. So no bunker for Spirit. Spirit looking for another way in. Heads into the main. Just dancing against that Zealot. Zealot is buying time for the Dragoons. As 1 probe goes down, not bad. Gets 1 so far. Doesn't get a second. Now he's forced back, he's forced out. And SKillous holds. Does hold. Behind this, Spirit did go for a factory follow-up into a delayed CC. So, a much later economy here for Spirit. Much later. Spirit does pull away. No, shout out to Caprulu Cat in the chat. Gah, baby gah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the work that you do for StarCraft Evolution. As always, as always. Gracias, gracias. Reapers, they poke forward. Yeah, for now, SKillous will be able to contain Spirit. Ooh, we'll tank a mine shot to the face. Even shaving off those shields. So a brutal connection there. SKillous not expecting that Widow Mine is going to be forced back. Does take 1 mine down, but is on very low HP, and Spirit can chase down the Dragoon. Can and will. Ooh, Dragoon goes down. Massive pickoff. SKillous forced back. And behind this, once again, working towards that Robo and most likely working towards a Reavers. Now this time we'll see if SKillous will... Oh my god. As we're also going for a much faster third Nexus. Bold move. Very greedy. So faster third base here by SKillous. Let's go. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see Spirit going into his own 2 and eventually 3-1-1 setup. Mine drops are on the way. As he's built up the 3 Widow Mines, Medevac has arrived. And Spirit is moving out. Meanwhile, SKillous does go for the observatory before the robotics bay, so he's going for observers first. Delayed Reaver production. So this is not the same follow-up that we saw in game number 1. Not the same. And again, of course, it was an earlier expansion. So just a more economic build here by SKillous. Takes down the Reapers. Reapers, they don't get much done. They don't scout much either. But here comes that Mind Drop. Mind Drop into the main. SKillous does react in time. Does pull away. Nice on Burrow. Widow Mines towards the natural. Doesn't commit to the drop. Oh, once again retargeting. Buying as much time as possible. There we go. Shot goes off. Takes down one probe. Mind Drop into the natural. And Spirit Heat does unburrow. Does unload. Doesn't get the shot off. Whew. SKillous holds. SKillous Heat does somewhat hold on. Did miss that final Widowmine though. The first one in the main. Yeah, Widowmine does burrow. Is going to be able to reset across the map. SKillous does scout the follow-up. And I had just assumed that SKillous was eventually going to get into Reaver production. No, that's not the case. He's going into Mass Gateway, into Charge instead. Charge +1, a Gateway composition here out of SKillous. Interesting setup. He's moving out. Liberator has arrived. Dragoons out of position. They're racing back home. Ay, ay, ay. We mentioned this before, but vision and map awareness and map control is just so crucial here. As it takes so long for the Dragoons to race back. This happened in game 1. Here to a lesser extent, but still 5 probe kills and a Dragoon. Widowmine does on burrow. Widowmines are still active. And SKillous is trying to keep up. Likewise, back across the map, Spirit is just building up towards his eventual stim timing. We have stim, combat shields +1, all the upgrades are on the way. And Spirit, he will soon move out. Widowmine does burrow once again. Oh, gonna get shut down. Likewise, SKillous, he has eyes on the medevac. He has eyes on that Widowmine. And again, it's been no major damage, but slowly over time, this is building up, right? We've gotten 10 probe kills so far. 10 probe kills, 2 Dragoons, so much lost mining time, whether it's in the natural or especially in the main. It has been adding up. And here comes the move out. Here comes that timing. Stim is done. Combat shields will finish up in a couple of seconds. Spirit, he's pushing. He gets spotted by the observer. SKillous knows. SKillous trying to buy time. Knocks down those rocks. Oh no! Oh, does catch one of his own zealots. Not like this. Be careful, Bobby. Be careful. Widowmine drop back into the main base. The Widowmine is still alive. Spirit moving in. And SKillous, can he engage here? Does have zealot legs. Going for the tank. Yeah, massive tank volleys going off here on those zealots. Zealots, they go down. One tank is still alive. And Spirit, he's not stopping. He's not stopping. Does reinforce with another tank. And SKillous, he just can't engage. Mind drop back in once again. Distracting SKillous. SKillous doing what he can here. But at this point, it is a numbers game. The base is under fire. Zealots, they just cannot touch this army. And the Nexus will fall. And Nexus goes down. Spirit, he will overwhelm. Very nice kiting. Very nice stutter stepping. Takes down the Zealot army. And, I mean, what can SKillous do here? Remember, he has no Storm. He has no Reavers. He has purely a Gateway composition. And he's contained on 2 bases, trying to retake his 3rd. But Spirit, there's nothing to stop him. He's not slowing down. He's not stopping. Once again, the Zealots are cleaned up. And now he can stim. And he can win, Bobby. He won't stop. GG gets called. Spirit, he overwhelms. And Spirit will claim the series 3-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Spirit, he will claim the series, will advance on. A strong showing there by Spirit. We did have a bit of a back and forth, and I really did appreciate that SKillous, he brought back Proxy Void Ray. Again, it's a build that kind of has very much so fallen off over time in StarCraft 2, but definitely has potential against the Brood War Terran side of things. So yeah, it was really cool to see that once again after so long since it's really been in the meta. Was able to get a fast one over on Spirit, and again, I'm sure Spirit is very ill prepared or doesn't have a lot of practice in that situation, in that scenario, as the Brood War Terran side of things, I mean. So definitely has some refinement to pull off there when it comes to that defense. Regardless, GG well played. Spirit, he will take it, and Spirit will advance on to the semi-finals. GG well played. When it comes to the semis, again, that was the only quarterfinals match that we had available, unfortunately, but we are now stepping into the ring, into the semi-finals, and we have our top 4. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise when it comes to the players I'm about to list off. Let's go. We do have Spirit. He's going to be up against Bratok. Bratok, he infamously had a very strong TVT performance against Quanta not too long ago in StarCraft Evolution League, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of Bratok there in StarCom. And we'll see how he compares to Spirit. Again, I still have a really hard time judging where Bratok is like in relation to the other Terran players, so I'm very excited to see him face off. Likewise, Dark, he does advance on to face off against Classic, also in the semi-finals. Let's go. Just need a moment to set up to get things going. Bam. Here we go. This is like Sakos 1, Toss always has like some kind of AoE. Kind of. I mean, I would say when it comes to Skillous' build, I'm sure that he can, if things had lined up a little bit better for him, I'm sure he probably would have been able to put off the defense. But just I don't want to gloss over the fact that Skillous took a lot of economic damage in the lead up to that, and that did delay him, that did disrupt his production, that did disrupt his size of his army. I'm referring to the mine drops. The mine drops were insane how much value they got. Remember, they killed 10 plus workers. There was still widow mines, still the same widow mines dropping over time towards the end of the game as well. They were buying a lot of time, they were delaying the push, they were delaying and keeping Skillous back at home. I'm sure also when it comes to that army composition, when it comes to being more gateway centric, ideally you do want to slow the push as it moves out across the map as well, but unfortunately he had to keep everything at home to defend. He had to keep everything to try to keep up with the non-stop mine aggression. And the Liberator harass as well, of course. So like a lot kind of went poorly there for Skillous, and again, I'm sure if that hadn't happened, then he was set up in such a way where he can, you know, defend, that he can survive. But yeah, he was pulled apart. And we'll be following Spirit into those semifinals. Let's go. We're gonna be jumping into game 1 against Bratok. That's how it had a wife and kids. Oh no. It's catching up. And spawning in the top right hand corner of, oh my god, where are we? I would appreciate some help in the chat, as I don't think I've ever cast on this. Is this Return of the King? I believe is in the top right hand corner here of Return of the King question mark. We have the yellow Terran player, the Brood War Terran representing Team Snarcom. It is Bratok. And spawning in the Return of the King, I thought so. In the lower hand corner, we have the Polish Terran player, the red Terran. It is Spirit. Let's go. A map that I have not casted on, actually. I believe I've... Oh, what is happening here? Okay, yeah, very exciting here. I believe a 4-player spawn map. Bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left. Of course, the KungFu Cup StarCraft Evolution, they feature their own custom map pool, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Return of the King has been in any SEL map pool yet, so very exciting here to feature some of these other maps. There is a crazy island pocket base here, by the way, which is interesting to say the least. I love that little feature. Quickly going over this, what else do we have? We have an interesting alcove here on the left-hand side over that natural. There is a pretty wide open area here. Also, it's on the low ground. Interesting position for this ramp is what I will say. It's not close enough to fully lay siege upon the base, but definitely going to be a brutal position to defend against if there's an army just staring you down from that ramp, from that high ground. Likewise, we also have more high... Jesus! There's a lot of high ground here to take advantage of this area in between that northern base and this southern third. I'll be honest, it does look a little bit difficult here to be the defender. Like, to defend between your natural and your third base here, up against the high ground on the right, up against the high ground on the left, up against like this cliff face as well. That looks crazy, by the way. Like, I'm just thinking of like siege tanks and just siege positions in general here. I'm thinking of TVT mainly, to be honest, just TVT. But yeah, that's wild. that's a wild setup. Meanwhile, SCV scouts. So Bratok, he scouts bottom right, then bottom left. Bratok does confirm the location of Spirit. Spirit, he doesn't bother. Spirit, he has not bothered with an SCV scout. He has not moved that across the map whatsoever. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of the map, I've only looked at the bases so far. We do have each corner, so there are no spare bases. We just have like our corner expansions. There's no bases in between. There's no bases in the center. We have a very wide open center location as well. There's no Zonagas, as of course is a Brood War map. Yeah, really interesting is what I will say. Really interesting. There's also not too many points of elevation either. Obviously, like, this is all on the high ground. But I will say that on some of these other maps, we do typically have, like, I don't know, ramps scattered throughout the sides or the corners to make for some more interesting, like, attack paths and interesting, like, angles as well. Here, it feels a little bit more one note, at least in the center. Meanwhile, as we get into our game, it's going to be mech. So Bratok, he does embrace mech. We have ion thrusters on the way. We have, of course, spider mines as well, getting into his own vultures. Likewise, we do see Bratok checking top left, just to be sure, just to confirm. As I mentioned, the only bases to expand to outside of your own corner are the other corners of the map. So it is important here that our players, they are wary of that and make sure there's no ninja bases or hidden expansions. You've never casted on Return of the King? Yeah, I've never casted on Return of the King. As so far, vultures, they do bust into the mineral line. Spider Mine doesn't quite go up. Oh! Yeah, they are targeted down. Nice wiggles here from Spirit. Spirit does focus down their Spider Mine, chases down the vultures. We'll clean this up, and we'll shut this down. Not without losing 5 SCVs. Oh! Losing a 6th worker towards the end. Not bad. Losing a 6th SCV. I believe that was for 4. Yeah, for 4 vultures. Likewise, Spirit securing himself, getting into his own bio production, getting into his own 2-1-1 setup. And he does wall off. He does wall off. Vultures are denied. But Bratok, he will gain map control. That's a lot of spider mines. And there are plenty of ramps here to take advantage of. True. A lot of ramps. Now, here in a TVT, Spirit, he can opt to go for that island base a little bit earlier. I believe there's a mineral patch there that will delay. I think it's a patch, yeah. So bear that in mind. But again, taking that third base, it does feel difficult in a TVT. Assuming that Bratok is able to move into position and deny that. Now just focusing on vultures, focusing on spider mines. Just littering the entire map with spider mines. Let's go. Oh my god. As Spirit, he does face check with a cyclone. Does confirm that there are indeed spider mines out there. Siege mode is now on the way. Again, delayed siege mode, as right now, like, vultures, they do a great job here just gaining that map control. Containing Brato, getting his third base on location. He is free to do so. And what's important about these spider mines, they don't just contain, they don't just you know, shut down aggression, but they also provide vision. They provide vision, they provide scouting. You see Bratok, he has vision all over the place. Ideally, he wants to make sure he keeps eyes on any drop play. Speaking of drops, medevacs are now in production. There's that third command center. But now getting into medevacs. Scan, he's checking for the island expansion. Likewise, Spirit scans top left. Oh, Spirit, he still doesn't know. Spirit still doesn't know where his opponent is. True. I mean, he hasn't moved out. Just setting up for another job. We have more spider mines. Likewise, Goliath's now online. Getting some anti-air. Very light on tanks here, is what I say from Bratok. I'm sure he'll get there, though. Likewise, we do have a Doom Drop. Just loading everything up. Is going to commit. I believe he should be spotted. Bratok, his vision here barely, though, does not. Oh, does spot this. Does confirm. It does see all the medevacs. Hopefully, Bratok was paying attention because he did see this with that vulture. Yeah. He's reacting. He is reacting. He's racing back. He's racing that Doom Drop across the map. Back at him, he has his Goliaths. And we'll see what Spirit can get done. Tanks are sieging. Spirit, he scans, he sees the army. Likewise, does pivot away. Oh, it does dive on the vultures. Nice catch. Vulture's going to be going down. But I thought just getting a little bit too cavalier there. Vultures are good, but not that good. They can't fight head on. Drop unloading here at the third. Tanks will siege. Okay, he's going to be the first to siege. Tanks should be going down there. He does get one. He does get the other. Nice clean up here from Bratok. The ByuN army does stim into that mineral line though. Does try to. And Spirit, he will win this head-on fight. Takes down the Goliaths. No anti-air. SCVs are going down. Ooh. Yeah, and he will lose all those workers. Massive pickoffs here. Spirit is now successful with his drop. It takes down the mineral line. Takes down the CC. And behind this, he can also expand. And he's not done. He's dropping into the main base. But I thought he just cannot keep up. No, with all these drops, does have what tank in position, thankfully. Has this one tank. Oh. But Lass is losing so many workers here. 17 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. And Spirit, he's not done. Spirit, he's just rallying across the map. He will run into some spider mines, though. He has to be careful. Oh. There we go. Does break through them. It does break through the spider mines. How the turns have tabled. Again, Bratok, he is in a lot of trouble here. I mean, he sees the army, but he can't stop it. Not anymore. Yeah, Spirit is snowballing out of control. He is breaking through. Yeah, shot goes off. And Bratok is down to almost purely tank. He's got 10 tanks. Oh my god. He's got 10 tanks. He has 2 vultures, a couple of marines. He has a wraith. Again, not quite going to be enough. Tanks, they will siege though. They do siege up. Oh my god, brutal drop here on top of the tanks, forcing friendly fire. Tanks go down. GG gets called. Spirit, he breaks through. He breaks his opponent, and Spirit, he will take the first game. Whew, GG. A very nice first game there by Spirit. Fun fact, Spirit, even though he had a 3rd CC for quite some time in that game, he never expanded. He never expanded. He stayed on 2 bases, never took the island, never took his 3rd base, just committed. And it was really a risky maneuver. It was a very risky maneuver with that Doom Drop. But as we saw, he was able to pull it off. Right, we saw that Bratok had a really hard time keeping up with those medevacs, keeping up and trying to anticipate where the drop was coming in from. He bled out a lot of vultures early on, and the Goliaths weren't quite able to keep up. Ideally, the Goliaths zone away, right? Ideally, they zone and they deter those drops, but they were just one step behind, and alas, the 3rd base was very exposed. We did allude to it earlier, but the 3rd base is so isolated from the natural, so rotating over to that 3rd from one base to the other, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time there, and again, mech armies are more immobile. They're a lot slower. Couldn't quite keep up. Could not keep up. GG, well played. Whew. With that Spirit, he breaks out, he breaks free, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. They actually need race in this matchup to try to deal with the mobility of the Medivacs. I mean, it's just like SC2 TVT. Like, there's a reason why in StarCraft 2 TVT, like, Vikings are definitely almost a must if you're playing mech, just because likewise you also need something to deter those drops. What I will say is that it's not like Bratok had nothing to do with that. It's not like he wasn't thinking of that. As I mentioned, he was going into his Goliaths, and the goal there, the purpose of this Goliaths was to deter those drops. He was just out of position, right? Like, the Goliaths were not quite able to keep up and not quite able to get there in time to stop those drops. Like, that was their role, right? That was their purpose. But here we go. We are now getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of lane lines, getting cheesed, getting proxied. We have our Polish Terran player, the Brutal Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit. And spawning into the top right-hand corner, but also here outside of the bases, we have our red Terran player. We have our red Terran representing Team Starcom. It is Bratok. Down in the series and looking to bounce back. Now, Spirit, he's known for his greed, and once again, what do we see? CC first. Command center first here from Spirit. It means the Rax is delayed, which means this is the ideal scenario here for Bratok. The stars have aligned. When it comes to builds, when it comes to openers, this is probably best case scenario for Bratok just because of the delayed Raxes, and we'll see what he can get done. We'll see if he can pop off. For Spirit, he's going to have to try to pull back those SCVs and preserve those workers. Preserve those workers for as long as he can and try to minimize losses as he's getting into his 3 racks. Reaper's about to dive in. Marine production is yet to begin, as the Raxes are still not done. SCV Scout confirms the timing of the CC, and the first Reaper has arrived. Let's go. So far, the Reaper is denying mining time. So far, so good. Oh my god. As the first Reaper gets around, that should not have happened. First Reaper goes down to the SCV of all things. Ay. Second Reaper comes in, gets an SCV, but alas, already losing momentum. Ideally, when you go for this proxy, when you go for this cheese, you need to preserve those Reapers. You have to build up over time and snowball out of control, but losing one Reaper, it's a rough start. Rough start for Bratok. Marines are amassing. Now, 2x Reaper is not all in, so you can transition out of this, and there we go. Factory is on the way. Bratok, he can still expand behind this, but ideally he does want more economic damage. He does need more economic damage. There we go, gets a third SCV. 3 SCV so far. At this point, the Marine count is high enough that Spirit, he should be fine. Now, he cannot chase this too far, otherwise Bratok will just rotate into the main. So yeah, Spirit, he has to back off. He has to back off to keep up. Does have to back off. And at least there's no mining at the natural. This is giving Bratok time to expand, to get his own natural base. As he mentioned, 2x Reaper, you can transition into a macro game, and Bratok, he's attempting that. Big supply block there for Spirit. So Bratok does pull away. Oh, bleeding out another Reaper. Ay. And what's scary about this, as he's bleeding out Reaper, is this stim timing. I say stim. Yeah, I mean, the stim timing here is going to be brutal. Stim is on the way. Stim is almost halfway done. Medics have arrived. Spirit, he will soon break out. And I'm concerned for Bratok. I'm concerned when it comes to his defense. He has a tank on the way, and that tank has a lot of heavy lifting to do. Got a lot of work to do. So far, Spirit keeping up with the rotations. Still waiting for Stim. Now, at least what Bratok, as he does dive in, he gets punished, he loses one. Loses two more Reapers, down to 2 Reapers left. What I was about to say is that if ByuN can preserve this army, he can try to keep a Spirit contained, but last he will lose everything. He will lose everything, and now Spirit, he is broken free. He is broken free, he is unchained. He can now push. Back at home, we have 1 tank so far, soon to be 2. There's going to be 2 tanks to defend. There's not going to be a lot of support on the ground. As Spirit getting his 3rd CC on location. Fire bats are amassing. And Spirit, he will soon move out. Soon move out. So we do have ByuN once again going into mech. Getting into Blue Flame. Getting to his Hellions. And he does need those Hellions to protect these tanks. Now, thankfully for ByuN, Spirit, he's staying back. He's staying back, just more focused on expanding, on building up. Behind this now going for his factory, into Starport, into drop play, I would imagine. But for now, we're calming down. Calming things down. We're getting into a longer game. Getting into this, I do favor Spirit. I do think that the proxy Turax was lackluster. It did have potential to get some damage early on, but he bled out too many Reapers too quickly, and likewise failed to really contain his opponent. And you can just see how greedy Spirit, he double expands. The 3rd base isn't even done, and he throws down a 4th CC before the Starport. Very greedy here from Spirit. ByuN does scout this, but I don't think he can stop it, is the problem. Like, ByuN, sure, he has some tanks, but, I mean, tanks on their own are vulnerable. Like this is a very vulnerable army. Moving out here is crazy. And he's moving out. He is crazy. This is a bold move here by ByuN. He's gonna be pushing. Thankfully, okay, he does siege. Does siege up. He sets a trap. This I like. ByuN, ideally, he wants to bait Spirit in. But ByuN, he does abandon this position. He pulls away. Spirit scouting with his factory. Does scout with the factory. Also, I love that Spirit, he still has no Starport, by the way. He's getting up to 5 Raxes. He's like, mate, screw dropships. They don't even heal. True. Not even, mate. Just mass marine medic. Let's go. Hellions to do bypass the army. They get into the mineral line. Not bad. SCVs are going to be going down. Getting to 4 or 5 SCV kills. Yeah, last Spirit out of position. He's racing on over. Does race over. Losing up to 9 SCVs. Aye. And once again, this does kind of emphasize. I mean, we saw this in the TVP earlier between SKillous and Spirit. How the Terran army here in Brood War is much more immobile. So getting caught out of position, you get punished real hard and real fast. 9 SCV kills. Starport now on the way. And what I'm looking forward to here is Ghost production. We're not there yet, but one of my favorite things here is Ghosts and Lockdowns. Ghosts and Lockdowns in TVT. That's the only reason to cast Homono in StarCraft Evolution, Kappa, is that he rushes into Ghosts. You know, this time, there we go. Spirit is in position. He shuts down the Hellion run by. Shuts down the Hellions. Going for his expansion. Jesus, massing up more fire bats, making 5 fire bats at a time. ByuN, he does rotate. He does actually try to sneak past. Spirit, he does not spot the rotation. Yeah, Spirit is out of position completely. And ByuN, he sneaks up in the expansion. This CC is going to be denied. Spirit hasn't respond. Oh, the base trade. Let's go. He's going for the base trade. He commits. There's what, 3 tanks at home to defend. We are committing here. He does them in. He does try to spread out. Takes a big tank volley to the face. But he's going to get all three. He gets 1, 2 tanks. The other 2 tanks are unsieged. The boys are being pulled into fire bats. Oh, God, no! The fire bats, they shut down the SCVs. More boys being pulled. There's 2 tanks left. And the boys, they do nothing against the fire bats. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Spirit, he's pushing into the main. He's pushing into the production. This base trade here is just, it's just so fast. Like, Spirit, he's already in. He's already in the bases. And Bratok, he's so late. He's so late to the base trade. As again, that was the purpose of the fire bats. They just annihilate every single SCV. That's 64 SCVs going down. Oh my god, they killed the buildings quite quickly as well. Jesus. They just shut down the factories. And Spirit, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. That was insane. Again, Spirit, he was so quick to pull the trigger. I'm curious if that was always the plan with that kind of army. Like, obviously, like, he can, especially with mass marine and with mass fire bat, you can spread out, you can try to break these siege lines. But everything worked out so well there for Spirit, as most of the army, of course, was out on the map. There were only 2 tanks sieged. Even though there were 4 tanks defensively, only 2 of them were sieged, and there was no support, right? There was no Hellions, no Cyclones, or very little support to protect those tanks. That's why Bratok, he instinctively pulled the SCVs, he pulled the boys to buffer for the tanks, and they melted instantly, mate. It was crazy. They just went down real fast and real quick, and with that, Spirit snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Seeing fire bats versus hellbats are rather amusing. True, true. Yeah, the hellbats, they also could not hold a candle to the fire bats. They got completely shut down. That army composition from Spirit, it felt like he was very much so brute forcing it, right? He was just brute forcing his way through everything, just barreling on through. GG. GG, well played. I'll be honest, I can see Spirit doing that even if there was a proper siege line. I can see him just like forcibly working his way through like 6 siege tanks with that kind of army. Hannibal. Aye, aye, aye. But here we go. With that, GG, well played. And Spirit, he will claim the series. He will advance on to the grand finals, where he's going to be facing off against the winner of the next matchup. We have Dark up against Classic in a PvZ. Let's go. And I miss this. I miss this map. I'll be honest, I miss this map. Unfortunately, this is a map that is no longer in rotation in StarCraft Evolution. My heart bleeds a little bit as we're going to be loading into Monty Hall. Let's go. I appreciate that it's here. It's been far too long, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Monty Hall, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, the SC2 Protoss from South Korea. It is Classic. Feels Monty Hall, man. As Classic does mine through the center patches, going for the center expansion. Meanwhile, we'll see where Dark does opt to expand, as it looks like he's also going for the center base as well. Let's go. Now, for those that are curious, welcome one and all to Monty Hall. This is a bit of an older map in the tournament map rotation, I should say, as it's been around for quite a number of months, and I think nowadays has been rotated out of the StarCraft Evolution map pool. But this is almost like a pseudo island map. Basically, your main base is fully walled in. You're fully walled in here by these mineral patches, and to take your natural, your third, and your fourth base, you do have to mine through these patches and expand here outwards into the map. Likewise, there are also more expansions here towards the corners as well, 3 bases bottom left, and likewise 3 bases top right as well. When it comes to each lane, as Dark does expand towards the center and the top half of the map, when it comes to each lane, they are fully walled off with these cliff faces, so without drop play, or I believe Colossus can also stumble through some of these cliff faces, but for the most part, your ground army is kind of locked in. This does also mean that rotating can be very awkward and very difficult. It can be very difficult rotating from one lane to another lane, and we have seen a lot of players caught out of position and caught off guard by doing so. Meanwhile, Dark going hatch before pool, by the way. Jesus, the greed. hatch before gas into spawning pool. Very greedy build here by Dark. Classic opening up gate expand into Cybercore. So Dark being hyper greedy, Classic also being economic. Dark will scout the initial natural expansion. On top of that, I should emphasize that the initial mineral patch you can fit through with workers, but to fit through with an army, you have to mine through the patches themselves. To mine through those patches, Dark going for his fourth expansion here already, before the pool is even done. So again, the greed is insane. Hatch, gas pool, another hatchery. Ooh, rushing into Hydra, skipping Ling speed. Okay, I mean, speaking of greed here, just mass expanding, and also skipping tech and rushing to the Hydras. I don't think you can get greedier than this, I'll be honest. Now, Dark, he is making a wave of Lings. He has to defend. But the greed here is insane. And what Dark can do, even though he took this base first, because he took his northern base so quickly, he can just saturate on the right-hand side. Like, he's droning, he's saturating on the right-hand side instead. Those workers are safe. So, because of his early expansions, he can scout, he can find where his opponent spawned and where they're expanding, and he can just pick and choose where to drone. You just pick and choose where to drone, where to saturate. Hydras are already amassing. Again, just really early Hydra production here from Dark as he skipped Link speed. And he does go for the Adept. First Adept goes down. Ooh, we'll lose one of the Hydras. Expensive losses here for Dark, losing a Hydra. But he pulls away. Now remember, he has not mined through those patches, so he can only reinforce with this one hatchery. Just the one hatchery can reinforce. Hydras are getting picked up. Darky's just buying more time. Hydras that are built here on the right hand side, they're locked in on the right. So Dark, he has to be careful. Likewise, one of those Hydras is going to go down. Have we ever seen Dark do this build before? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've casted him do this build. On this map, even. I can't recall if it was against Classic or against SKillous. Or another Protoss. But now, though, again, he's going to be bleeding out so many of these Hydras. Every Hydra goes down. Nice catch here from Classic. And again, Dark, he can't reinforce. He has Hydras here in some of these other fringe bases. But he cannot save this center base. He finally mines through that patch. But Dark, he gets a supply block, bleeding out 8 Hydras. Expensive losses here for Dark. And he will lose the base. He will lose the expansion. Yeah, nice pick off here from Classic. Takes down the hatchery. Dark, he mined through the minerals, which means Classic, he makes his way into the main. And Dark, he can't reinforce. The Lings are stuck. The Lings are stuck on the other side. Classic going for the kill. Again, the other reader, he's still stuck. He can't help. Yeah, Dark, he's locked out of his own base. This is what I mean by pseudo island map. Finally, he breaks through. He's desperately trying to break through into his own main. Likewise, mining on the left-hand side as well. Nice kiting here by Classic. Does go for the Hydras. Adepts are coming to reinforce. Dark, he's trying to get in. Let him in, Papi, let him in. And Dark, he should hold. He should be able to hold on here, but these are some rough losses for Dark. Some rough trades and just a really awkward fight. There's the recall. Ooh, saving 2 Stalkers. And where exactly are we at this point? 23 Lings, 11 Hydras going down. Yeah, much more efficient trades from Classic, but Dark survives. He does survive, and now finally he breaks through. Like, he mines through all the patches, he now connects all of his bases. He's going for his own counterattack. Dark Templar waddles in. Does waddle across the map. We have a defensive shield battery here, back at him to defend. And Dark, he can't get much done here. He's not going to get much done. DT's waddling in. He's going to be spotted by the Overlords. As a reminder, Overlords are detectors. So Dark, he does spot this. Doesn't have an Overlord back at home. So workers are going down. Overlords, they're so slow. And so far damage is being done. Thankfully, only 1 DT. If we had additional Dark Templar, I mean, this could be game. We could see a DT in every single base. For now, just the one. Getting 3 drone kills, picking off 3 Lings. The Overlord is slowly coming in. There we go. Now does arrive. That's still 5 drones. 5 drones and 10 links for 1 Dark Templar. Very nice trade. Catching another Overlord. Classic does take a 3rd expansion. And Classic is gearing up towards mainly a gateway-focused army. He's got Mass Sentry for Force Fields. This is also where Force Fields have more potency against Brood War Zerg. Against SC2 Zerg, what do you have to break Force Fields? Well, you have Ravagers in the mid-game. In the mid-game, you have Ravagers available. Here, Dark doesn't really have an answer. Ultras will eventually be an answer, but I mean, that's later on in Hive Tech. Ling Hydra is going to be pulled apart by the Force Fields. Like, Force Fields have that much more value, that much more potency. They're that much better against the Brood War Zerg player. And that's why Classic is going to be relying on them. So we have Mass Sentry moving out to reinforce. Dark, he does keep, he's trying to keep up with the rotations. He's setting up here towards the south side. So fires in position, takes down the Stalker, nice catch. Force Wheels, they lock down the army though. Yeah, the army gets cut in half. And these Hydras are going to go down. And we'll still have plenty more Force Wheels that came from. Oh my god, that was what? That was 10 Hydras falling. And Classic, he wants 10 more. These Force Fields a little bit more lackluster. He gets 1 more Hydra. That was a little bit wasteful. See Dark setting up a counterattack. Headed towards that northern base. Classic, he pulls away for now. Dark sneaking up with those sentries. Getting caught out instead. Beating up 3 Hydras. Dark, he should force a cancel. And again, Classic, he is running out of Force Fields, but here we go. 3 more sentries coming to reinforce. Yeah, he has plenty of Force Fields. Locks down 2 more Hydras. You can see that Dark, he's being a little more careful about engaging. There's a cancel. And Classic, he has too much. He has far too much here. The Force Fields are too good. It's been such a chaotic game here for Dark, and Dark is being overrun. As Classic, he blinks on in, shuts down the Hydras. Boys are being pulled. GG gets called, and Classic will overwhelm. Classic takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Classic does take a lead again, using the terrain, losing the SimCity against Dark there. The Force Fields, there was just no answer to that. On top of that, the early game was also just really chaotic for Dark. Dark, he bled out so many Hydras and so many Lings and just so many units because that early fumbled defense. Again, you could see just how awkward it can be on this map, especially as a Zerg player, because your production is split up. Right, your production is split up between all the bases. Your hatcheries, of course, are cut off from your main bases. They're cut off from each other. So Dark just couldn't reinforce. He could not reinforce his main. He couldn't save it. It was far too much. It was far too much early on, and from there, Classic snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Amygdala. Let's go. Let us go. Alright, getting in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Ooh, down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Brutal Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. Let's go. Let us go. Almost like Dark uses built too many times versus Classic. I mean, I would say that it was quite a very close attack there from Classic. What I mean by that specifically, if you remember, as Dark was losing control of that center base, as Dark lost the hatchery, that's when he mined through that final patch. Like Dark, that mineral patch, I'm referring to the wall of protecting his main base from that center like lane. He mined through that patch just as the base was dying, and that's when Classic got in. Thanks to Dark in a way, right? Because Classic, he didn't pull any boys, he didn't have any probes to mine through those patches, so it was very fortunate that that had lined up. And you could argue that if Dark hadn't done that, if he hadn't mined through those minerals, he would have been able to like have just a much cleaner early game and would have been able to mine through his own patches to defend his bases, and yeah, would have had a different kind of setup, different scenario. Meanwhile, fake cannon rush. Fake cannon rush here by Classic. He does force Dark to overreact. Not bad. Oh, as he does let it finish. Okay. I mean, he's still keeping the drones. Oh my god, Jesus! Dark, he pulls all the boys. All the boys do move down, and the hatchery is about to complete. But this is a lot lost mine time. Oh my god, very unnecessary as well. Classic, he's in his head. I mean, it does cost him a pylon, does cost him some minerals. That is true, but I would say that was worth it. Not bad. Not bad here from Classic. He pulls away. Again, it was a fake out. There was no forge. That there was no intention of a cannon rush, and now Dark is aware. Here we go. So once again, really nice mind games here from Classic. Behind this, we do have a Robo follow-up here, which I believe is spotted by Dark. Yeah, Dark, he does confirm the Robo. Does confirm. Classic has fumbled cannon rushes versus Dark before, so Dark is training this a lot. I would say Dark did overreact to that, especially when it comes to pulling all the boys afterwards, after the pylon had finished. Meanwhile, Dark, he does go for an insanely fast lair. Let's go. Dark, he does skip link speed. He skips link speed here. He stays in gas, rushing into the lair. This could be for an early Roach War. This could be for Link Queen Nidus. With 3 gases here, that is a bit of an excess gas. We'll see what Dark commits into. We'll see if a Roach Warren gets thrown down. Is he's building up to 4 gases? Otherwise, with 4 gases, now I'm leaning more towards something like 2-base Muta. Do we go for the Spire? Do we go for the Mutas? Let's go. Let us go. So far, Classic, he does, okay, a couple different things. Dark, he saw the Robo, and he now sees, he confirms the Reaver drop, but seeing the Robo opener and confirming the Reaver drop play, honestly, 2-base Muta is gonna completely shut this down. This reminds me of like SE2 PVZ when it comes to disruptor openers. When we saw a rise in popularity of disruptor openers, we also did see Mutas as a response to that in the meta. This was a couple of years ago at this point. Seeing Mutas against disruptor drops, now seeing Mutas against shuttle drops or Reaver drops. It all, yeah, it's, it all rhymes. It's like the prequels. Here we go. Reaver drop is on the way, Muta's on the horizon. I believe Classic did not scout the timing of the lair. Yep, he has no idea. He has no idea what he's stepping into. Reavers are moving out. The Spire is almost halfway done. And we'll see what Classic can achieve here with that Reaver drop. Let's go. Reavers are stepping in. Making their way towards that natural mineral line. First shot's gonna go off. Oh, not bad. 3 drones. 3 drones go down. Late reaction by Dark. Going for the Queen. 1 more shot. Queen goes down. Queen does fall. Oh, the drones are bunched up. 6 drone kills. This is quite solid. Oh my god. 9, getting 9 drones towards the end. Very nicely done. Dark, he did not split well enough as he was bunched up, losing 3 drones for each volley. And a Queen as well. And he wants another Queen, and he's gonna get us. Another Queen goes down. Now, this is all really good damage. Don't get me wrong, this is all amazing. 9 drones and 2 Queens. But what about the Mutas? What about the Spire getting another Queen? Oh my god, another Queen goes down. 3 Queens. Can he get another? No shot. The Lings do fall. There we go. The Mutas do reveal themselves, and finally the shuttle is gonna be hunted down. The shuttle will fall. The Reaver as well. Shell does get the hell out of there. Behind this, going for a double Stargate into Mass Corsair. Oh my god, Classic. He saw the gases. He saw the gases. He didn't see the Spy, but a really good read here from Classic. Going into Mass Corsair. And he's just blind countering. Really nicely done. The blind counter is here. The Mutas, they can't push in. You see Dark trying to split out, trying to avoid that splash damage. But alas, more Corsairs are building up. And so far, these Mutas haven't gotten much done. They've killed 1 Reaver so far. Little Corsairs, they chase him down, up to 4 Corsairs. Every muta's gonna fall. GG gets... He's like, question mark? What's going on? How'd you know? It's like, Bappy, you're too predictable. What's going on? But again, a really good read here from Classic. Seeing the gases. And going for the double spire. Oh, sorry, double stargates. Ay, ay, ay. And yeah, with that, I mean, Dark, he's in a rough place. Like, he's in a very rough position here. He's got a couple of Corruptors building up. What else can he do, right? He has to make use of his tech. He has to go Corruptor. He has to commit. He's trying to re-drone, trying to resaturate, but he lost a lot to the initial Reaver drop. And Classic is just all over him. Crazy. Now, Classic, he does miss the mutas. True. The mutas, they do bypass those those Corsairs. I almost said carrier. Probe's going to be going down. Nice damage here by Dark. Meanwhile, Reaver drop here into the mineral line. Oof, drones are going down. There's no escaping this. Now going for the Overlords as well. Yeah, Classic, he's just tearing a Dark apart. He has cannons back at home. More Corsairs. The Corruptors, they do nothing. They get targeted down. They tank a lot of shots, but there are just so many Corsairs. GG gets called. Classic, he will take the series 2-0, and Classic will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. Very impressive play there by Classic. Again, he knew that he got scattered as well. He knew that the Robo got scattered, that the drop was getting scattered. So just really good response there from Classic. He had very limited information. But it's also one of those things where if you play against a player enough, you kind of recognize their responses. You recognize how they react to certain things. And I feel like I want to apply that to both Game 1 and Game 2. Just really, really nice play there from Classic in both games. Just shutting Dark down. I was expecting an ace match coming into the series, but Classic says no. And now we're going into our grand finals. Crazy, crazy. Classic was building the Stargate before even seeing anything on Dark side of the map. Yeah, that's why I'm assuming, if you, as I mentioned, Classic, he knew that he got scattered. He knew that his Robo got scattered. He knew that his initial opener got scattered, referring to the Robo into Reaver drop. So because he knew that Dark was aware, he had, I am assuming, made the assumption that Dark would respond with Mutaplay, and yeah, just rush into Carrier from there. Oh, sorry, Corsair. I keep saying Carrier. Corsair, the other one. So really nicely done. Really nicely done there by Classic. It's beautiful. Here we go. So from there, we're getting into our next setup here. We're getting into the finals. Dark needs to rush lure. I mean, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say that, as I mentioned before, right, that most likely Classic has been in games where Dark reacts to his Robo opener with Mutaplay and has been quite successful with it. I would assume that that's where Classic comes in, and where Classic, or that's why he would have reacted with Mass Corsair. So yeah, really cool to see. Really cool to see, and that leads us here into the grand finals. One moment, as we do set it up, it is going to be a TVP between Spirit and Classic. Let's go. Let us go. Beautiful. Okay, now coming into this, if you recall, I mean, again, Spirit and Classic, they're some of the best, if not the best players in StarCraft Evolution currently. Again, I would have said that Dark is the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution, but he got knocked out in the semifinals, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. To be honest, we've had a lot of one-sided series so far. We have had an ace match, true, we did have an ace match earlier between SKillous and Spirit. But we've still had a lot of like shorter games, a lot of intense games. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping to sink our teeth into this. We'll see. As we are loading into one of our favorite maps. Let's go. We're loading into game 1. We're going to be jumping into Neo Isles of Siren. Beautiful. Oh my god. Best map in the map pool. Here we go. I just want to see Dark do something that isn't Ravager Blast or 2-base Muta. Well, then you don't want to watch Dark. What you're saying is you want to watch another Zerg player. What are you talking about? Este Hyper 1. It sounds like you want to see like Shin or something. Or maybe like Rumiath. I wouldn't even say 3-point, even like I think 3-point has a little bit of Dark in it. But here we go. We're getting into our next matchup. We're getting into the grand finals here of the 2025 Kung Fu Cup number 4 StarCraft Evolution Edition. Again, once again, big shout to SC Boy for hosting this event. It's really cool to see them stepping into the ring and supporting both StarCraft Evolution and Warcraft Evolution as well. It's really cool to see them just branching out and looking at some of these other modded tournaments and modded just modded versions of StarCraft and enjoying it themselves. So really cool to see that support. Big shout to SE Boy as we step into the finals. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have the Brood War Terran player, the Polish Terran. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss from South Korea. It is Classic. Let's go. Let us go as we are getting into our first game of the grand finals. We're ready, we're excited. Let's go. Now, for those that are curious, for those that maybe don't watch StarCraft Evolution, for those that maybe haven't seen some of these tournaments before, welcome to Neo Isles of Siren. This is an island map. It's a 4-player island map. We have our natural, we have our 3rd base, we have our 4th base as well, all on your own island. And the islands, they are separated by these thin rivers. These thin rivers here that do go in between all of these islands. They also create a center island base as well with all these minerals and gases. So there is a center island base alongside all the other islands, and of course it is a 4-player spawn map as well, so you can spawn in any one of the corners of the map. You don't know where your opponent is, and it does lead to very unique game states. We expect Sky Toss out of one player, we expect, you know, Mech into Mass BC from another. That's what we're expecting, and we'll see where this takes us. Now, from the SC2 side of things, we have seen some more variety. Some players have been going mass sky toss, other players have been going into ground-based compositions and then going into a mothership and recalling onto your opponent's island. So Classic has options. He has options with how he wants to be aggressive and how he wants to play this out. Based on the Stargate opener, we can assume he's rushing into sky toss. We can make the assumption. Likewise, Spirit, he's going for the faster natural into the 3rd TC on location, hyper greed out of Spirit, getting to his own factory. Just catching up in the chat. This map got patched? Yes, for those that are unaware, this map did get patched, I want to say less than a week ago. Did get patched, or maybe around a week ago at this point. Unfortunately, I think they got rid of the high yield gases, if I'm not mistaken. Specifically, they were trying to address mass muta, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, we do have our Terran Protoss instead. As we are building up, going into initially Goliaths. Mass everything, yeah. Now we're here for the mass everything. Speaking of, there we go, we do have the fleet being on the way, 2nd Stargate as well. Likewise, Classic is searching for his opponents, searching for the expansion. Definitely will affect tech progression for future games. Yeah. So we have to enjoy these gas guys while we can. Let's go. As SCVs are getting picked off so far, nice damage here from Classic. Dips in behind this, going into Tempest production. Goliath said we'll defend the main at least, but that's still going to be what, 6 SCV kills. Taking out 6 SCVs. Likewise, yo, mass starport on the way. Let's go. Starports are on the way, going to Valkyrie production. So both players heading to the skies. We have Goliath initially to defend, And then Valkyrie against Skytos. Let's go. Let us go. We never have reruns. So yeah, we never have reruns. For those that are tuning in, maybe some other channels host reruns, but I don't think we've ever had a rerun on the CranKy Ducklings. So either live or via replays. Hyper misinformation. Yeah, I mean, most of what Hyper1 says in the chat is usually misinformation. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. It's okay. We're here to inform Hyper1 about the maps among us. As so far, Tempest, he doesn't move in. Stays strapped into the mineral line. Oh, not paying attention. Ooh, massive connection. Yeah, Spirit, he gets caught out. Likewise, Tempest goes down. Nice pick off here from Spirit. Does catch out of Tempest, but again, his economy is going to be suffering. Valkyrie does overextend, losing one. And up, does get one more Tempest. Gets one more. Gets one more back. From here, Spirit still building up his own Valkyries. Another stasis, Spirit. Oh no! Not paying attention. Once again, another massive connection. Gets off the mineral line. And likewise, Classic making use of this terrain. You can see Goliath, I mean, they can't really chase down the Tempest. Still making 3 Valkyries at a time. Heading on over. Tempest move in. Tempest do move in, catching on more SCVs. Again, the mineral line is completely denied. Spirit, he just cannot mine. Yeah, cannot mine here from that expansion. Oh. Valkyrie's diving in. Oh, stasis goes off, catching up the Goliath. Oh my god. Baited into the stasis. Very nice bait. Speaking of, attempted repair. Another stasis goes off. And the Valkyries are going down one after the other. They do get one Tempest, but only one. Just one Tempest going down. We build up to 5. And more Tempest trickling in. Again, just very nice use of the stasis. I want to say the stasis traps have been the MVPs of this game so far. They've been crazy. Oh my god. As again, Spirit, he just can't quite keep up with this. Oof. Leading out of the Valkyrie. The Tempest, they are stacked. They have to split. Yeah, 1, 2 Tempest falling. Nice Peagles. Once again, the Goliath, they can't really help out. Getting a third Tempest. I mean, these are really good trades here for Spirit. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have, or his economy was delayed, and as a result, he's running out of Valkyries. Running out of Valkyries here. I mean, again, he did snipe 6 Tempests for 6 Valkyries. Like, the trades were good, but the economy is not. That's what's important here, is that mining is being denied. Spirit, he's going to be stuck on 2 bases. Now falling back. And Spirit, he's on 5. He's on 4 himself. He's on 4 bases himself, on 4 expansions. Spirit stuck on 2. Tempest, they hit the mineral line. Does bring down the command center. It's gonna fall. And Spirit, he's just being picked apart. He's being picked apart at this point. The Tempest, they're just too much to handle. And from here, Classic can just rotate. Just rotate over towards that center expansion. Knock it down as well. Checking out the Goliaths. Oh, likewise, Jesus. The Valkyries, they do catch out some of them. Phoenixes, they come in to reinforce. Let's go. Don't know how well they can trade against the Valkyries, but regardless, they hit a support. They hit a support. Oof. They will clean them up. GG gets called, and a classic. He will take a lead in the series. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. We had massive Void Ray on the way behind that. Let's go. As Classic takes the lead, again, just really solid stasis traps there, denying mining time and time again, catching out the Goliaths, and with that the Tempest did eventually overwhelm. Again, we did have some really nice trades from Spirit, catching out whatever Tempest he could, but he just could not keep up with his own production. He could not maintain his production, I should say. Didn't have the best economy. With that, GG. Eventually, the Tempest did overrun. Oh my god. Hold on. I was not ready for this. Oh my god. See, this is what Stark Evolution wishes it could be. There are animals here. Game 2, what do we have? Game 1 was, of course, on Neo Isles of Siren. Game 2, Paradox. Oh my god. Yo, what is this map pool? Let's go. We get both. We get the best of both worlds. That's crazy. Oh my god. StarCraft Evolution League. Take note. Jumping into Paradox. It's 3 points favorite map. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Paradox, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is a Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player, with the Brood War Protoss himself from South Korea. It is a classic. Let's go. So Neo Isles into Paradox. That is insane. So for those that are curious, this is a bit of an older map in the StarCraft Evolution League map pool. It's been months, I think, since I've casted on Paradox. Paradox is another island map. Now, this is a little bit more straightforward. It's a little bit different, and I do appreciate a lot of the intricacies of Paradox a little bit more in a sense. So unlike on Neo Isles of Siren, here, 2-player spawn. 2-player spawn map, so there's no guessing, there's no scouting as to where your opponent comes in. On top of that, you have 3 bases, not 4. So you have 3 bases to yourself. You have 1 high yield gas geyser in the main, here at the natural, of course, and you have a 3rd expansion on the right hand side. So you have 3 bases, so you have less bases here on your main island, and that means you have to expand out to take, or you have to branch out to take more bases, as there are these 4 islands in the center. I say 4 islands, there is kind of this center landmass that does connect them, true. There is a center landmass that you can take advantage of. But in general, we have some crazy games on Paradox. It's been too long. Light is a disappointed father, comparing SDL to the overachieving cousin. Oh god. Look at your cousin. He has 2 island maps and a pseudo island map. True. Yeah, Paradox and Monty Hall and Neo Isles of Siren. That is crazy. Oh god. It's like, yeah, it's actually insane. It's, you know what it is? It is the organizers prioritizing entertainment more than anything. They're like, the players are gonna feel so much pain. It's like, this is true. Make it happen. Oh my god. Is that okay? Yeah, let's go. Stargates are being thrown down. We have a classic, of course, headed towards Sky Toss, going for +1 air attack. Meanwhile, Spirits opening up CC interacts into a 3rd CC on location. So once again, a greedy build here from Spirit. We'll see if he goes into Mass Viking. I'm curious to see where he sends us. If they prioritize, then the same, it wouldn't have SC2 versus SC2. Copium. Oh god. What map are we missing when it comes to like the crazy chaotic maps? Have we got them all? I don't know. I don't think we've experienced too many like crazy short like rush maps in StarCraft Evolution League yet. Not yet. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I do know that there are a lot more chaotic maps in the pipeline, I would imagine, just because I know there's some crazy stuff in Brood War proper that will eventually be ported over. I look forward to it. I look forward to it. was like old. Let's do stuff like Dasan Station Arena. Oh, yo, Arena is cancer. Arena is awful. Let's go. Bring it back. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Daedalus Point. Is that what I'm thinking of? Daedalus something. Maybe Daedalus Point, maybe. Do you remember the map that you needed like 3 or 4 Nexi to wall off the ramp at the natural? Wait, that was crazy. I'll always remember the Wall of Ruin. The Wall of Ruin on in Pro League. Meanwhile, we do open Shuttle here to expand. We do see Classic branching out, taking that center expansion. Behind this, going for a Reaver drops alongside the Sky Toss. Okay, first Reaver's moving out. Now, I do appreciate this. This is a bit of a cheeky way to build up into eventually. Sky Toss is to open up with some economic damage. Does reveal the Corsair. We have our initial defensive Cyclone and Marines. We drag the army towards left-hand side. The Corsair is going to give up its life. But we're going for the mineral line. Yeah, Reaver drops in. Oh my god, massive connection. Okay, 3 SCVs. 3 SCVs go down. Now going for the main mineral line, getting another 2. 5 in total. Can we get another? We can. Another shot goes off. 6. Do we get one more? Ooh, 8. 8 SCV kills. Now, is that worth a Reaver? I mean, it was pretty good damage, and again, I'm sure Classic was hoping to catch Spirit, maybe being a little bit too greedy here, so some decent damage here, getting 8 SCVs. Behind this does take the expansion and is going into mass carrier, and still making more Reavers. Let's go. Still making more Reavers. As Classic does pull away. I see Evo on the Stan station. Oh god. Not like this. As the Reaver does come back in towards that 3rd. Spirit. Ooh, delayed reaction. SCVs are going to be going down, getting 4 so far. Catching up 5 SCVs. Going for the Cyclone. Locon is brutal, and the Shuttle is going to barely escape. It does get away. Oh no, the Reaver! No, it's trapped! It's going to be hunted down. We do have a random little island here as well. Let's go. Couple of islands, actually. Kind of coming into play. Behind this, massing up more carrier, massing up more Reavers. Likewise, Spirit is embracing mass Viking. We have seen this before. Vikings, they're insane here. They can shoot up, they can land. They can shoot vertically. It's crazy. It's crazy. So we go. These Vikings are just building up and amassing. Now, when it comes to the Brood War composition, I'm not actually too certain as to the best way to approach this from Classic. Outside of like spellcaster support, I do favor the Mass Viking of Spirit, I'll be honest. Like carriers, they can be very vulnerable on their own. Especially without Archons, without Storm. We'll see how Classic deals with the problem that is Mass Viking. Because I'll be honest, I don't think Reaver carrier is the solution. And I'm worried that Classic is about to lose everything. Maybe I'm underestimating the strength of the carrier, but Vikings, first one goes down. And you can see 1 volley did strip the shield, so you can 2-shot. At this point, Spirit, he can 2-shot those carriers. And you can see Classic, he just backs off. He backs the hell off. He wants none of it, pulls away. He's got 14 of Vikings so far. And I feel like soon, especially once +2 kicks in, Spirit, he's gonna get to the point where he can just 1-shot carriers. Like, So the answer here to support the carrier is gonna be Corsair. I mean, that will help, true. Vikings, they're very prone to stacking, as you can see. Like, they're very prone to stacking. So Corsair will help. I don't know how much of a help it's going to be. Meanwhile, the Reavers, they come back in. Really nice movement here by Classic. He does bypass the Vikings. Gets into the middle line. 14 SCVs. Very nice damage. 14 workers going down. 18 workers even. Again, somehow, some way, Classic, he threads the needle. He gets past. We can see Spirit taking his fresh base here in the center of the map. More Corsairs are amassing. Reavers, what did I miss? It was a Reaver opener. The game started with like Reaver drops, so Reaver drops have been continuing. Corsairs are amassing. Now, when it comes to the Reavers, those are the final Reavers where we've stopped. Like, no more shuttles, no more Reavers, no more production. For now, just purely Skytoss. Now we get the Citadel of Adun on the way. I believe this should be for the Temple Archives for eventually Archons and Storm. I do like that kind of adaptation. I do appreciate that. I'm just concerned it's going to take too long. I'm very concerned that it's going to take a while for that to really kick into gear. As we have how many Vikings? We have 24 Vikings. I believe we should be within one shot range of the carrier, I mean. Likewise, we do see Spirit reinforcing with Mass Raven, with Interference Matrix as well. And so here we go. Vikings building up. Classic moving in. I'm still not entirely certain how well these Corsairs will trade against these Vikings, but I mean, we're about to find out. About to find out here. Scan reveals the Corsairs. Spirit knows. He has to be very careful when it comes to stacking. I mean, he will have an anti-armor missile available, true. He cannot missile those Corsairs. Throwing down a line of turrets. We have a couple of little outposts of turrets here in the main base. But not too many. So Classic is moving in. Temple Archives on the way, but again, still no Storm, still no Archons, still a ways away. Here come the Corsairs. Oh! First one goes down. Oh my god, they do so much damage. oh my god! They shut down the Vikings! Yeah, the question mark. I shouldn't have doubted them. That was insane. The Corsairs, they pop off. Z. I was like, I don't know if the Vikings gonna stack well enough. Nah, mate, it was fine. Oh my god, the power of the Corsair. That was crazy. GG, well played. I was concerned that they weren't gonna be enough, but nah, papi. I shouldn't have doubted the power of the Corsair. GG, well played. Spirit with the question marks, and Classic takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG, well played. Spirit, he didn't respect the AoE. Yeah. I mean, again, like, I wasn't expecting it. Neither was he. Like, he saw the Corsairs coming in, but yeah. It's one of those things where I'm sure, like, it's one of those things where experience comes into play. How often has Spirit really gone up against Mass Corsair? Most likely not often at all. So now he knows, and I think we all can guarantee that Spirit, he won't make that mistake again, like, in his life. Like, mate, that's gonna be burned into his skull, just like the Mass Corsair killing like 30 Vikings. That's crazy. That was insane. GG, well played. And with that, Classic does take a 2-0 lead. He's up 2-0, and now we're getting into game number 3. People are too used to Corsairs being up against Mutas that when it isn't even their ideal matchup. Yeah. Like how often, as you mentioned, right? Like how often do you see Corsairs interact with a Terran army, right? And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. They've also never seen 50 Mutas fight 20 Corsairs. Oh no. I don't think anyone wants to see that. That sounds disgusting. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. I mean, again, our Terran player here is up against the wall, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala. We have our Brood War Terran down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, leading the series 2-0. Popping off on the island maps, but what about a more standard map? We'll see. It is Classic. Here we go. Now, if you're tuning in, and if you're typically watching StarCraft Evolution League, you would be familiar with that format, where usually it's a loser's pick, right? It's loser's pick, and in StarCraft Evolution League, and in most, if not all, StarCraft Evolution tournaments, we do typically feature and we force Brood War versus SE2. But here in KungFu Cup, they do it different. Here in KungFu Cup, they have these crazy maps, but also they force Game 1, Brood War versus SE2, Game 2, SE2 versus Brood War, Game 3, Brood War versus Brood War, Game 4, SE2 versus SE2. So they do force out these different pairings and these different matchups. This is, I would say, my biggest criticism here of KungFu Cup is that this mod is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War. Brood War versus Brood War, it's not a balanced matchup. This is not designed to really play this out, to actually, you know, embrace this kind of scenario. So I'm a little bit concerned here with what's going to happen. I mean, I'm concerned. I'm also ready to be entertained. It's not meant to be balanced. Show us what's in balance, baby. Show us what's in, let's go. Meanwhile, shout out to Pony Zanza in the chat. Gab, baby, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing here for 16 months in a row. That's over a year of support. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thanks for casting KungFu Cup. We're always there for it, baby. We're always there for it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Thank you. But yes, Brood War versus Brood War, this is not, the mod does not balance for this. The mod balances specifically for SE2 versus Brood War. And a shout out to the balance team, of course, as they put in a lot of work and they update and they patch the mod very, very often and very, very frequently. So a lot of love goes out to the team. And I don't think they have any intention of trying to balance and try to consider like these matchups, just because they're never really seen, only really in KungFu Cup. As we're getting to mech. Okay, so we have a mech's composition here from Spirit. Getting to a second factory. Meanwhile, Classic across the map opening up with what looks to be a Reaver drop. Let's go. So Reaver drop out of Classic, mech out of Spirit. Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I don't expect that to happen. For sure, Avix. I guess my only hope is, you know, maybe one day the SE boy and the people behind KungFu Cup, they will like capitulate and be like, you know what, maybe we'll change the format and we won't force like Brood War versus Brood War if it becomes an issue. Like, again, as I mentioned before, and I think I stand by that, I think more than anything they prioritize entertainment, and I think there is a lot of entertainment value here. Like I'm really intrigued, I'm curious, just because we rarely, if ever, see Brood War versus Brood War. So I'm excited to see how this unfolds. I'm not really thinking of it like in a balanced perspective. Like we're here for some fun. Let's go. As we're getting into spider mines and ion thrusters. Really, what KungFu Cup needs is another island map. That's what we that's what we need, Pappy. That's what we need. Get cooking, map makers. We need another island map. We need to have a best of 7 with pure island maps. Let's go. Ay. More islands. God no. Oh, the islands. So far, the Reaver drop has arrived, headed towards the natural mineral line. We have so many spider mines, though. Reaver comes in. Spider mines are barely out of range. Oh my god, barely out of range. Whew, first shot goes off. And here comes the second. The shot will connect. 13 SCVs. 13 SCVs go down. Yeah, he's not done. He's not done. Oh my god. Takes down the Reaver. Thankfully, the Reaver does fall, but that's going to be 15 SCVs going down. Brutal losses, and Spirit, he's having a really rough start to this game. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5. I want more between these two players, but a rough start for Spirit. This is going to be a rough start. Shuttle does pull away, does get out. And Classic behind this, building up more Reavers, getting to Double Forge, working towards his Citadel of Adun, towards Zealot Legs, I would imagine. And Classic is not done. He's moving in with his next Reaver drop. That was merely only one Reaver. Here comes the second. You know, Spirit, he moves out for a counterattack. The wall is solid. Classic does wall off. Denies the vultures. We do see here additional spider mines behind the mineral line. Ooh, as ooh, shot goes off, takes down the Reaver. Very nice. Again, the spider mines, they come in clutch. Second Reaver goes down. This time, not worth it for Classic. Spirit, he's recovering. He's clawing his way back into this. Behind this building up, getting into Goliaths, more factories, more mech. Third CC not being taken. Third base now on the way, going for the gold. Now this is a good way to recover. Spirit, he's had a really rough start, but the rock's going to be knocked down, and Spirit can now take the gold and catch up. Classic doing the same. Classic is doing the same, knocking down those rocks, taking his northern base. And we'll see how Classic will approach this. Handing out his Dragoons. Cells are going to be amassing. Likewise, another drop into the main mineral line. Oof, getting 2 more SCVs. Only 2 this time. Oh my god! As he will bleed out another Reaver. Again, Spirit with these Widow mines, sorry, with these Spider mines, doing quite well. Very nicely spread. Punishing Classic time and time again. These are expensive losses here for Classic. These have been expensive. So we have more mines and even more. I'm excited to see the dynamic between the fast zealots, the quote-unquote charge lots, and this kind of army. I just want to see Classic attempt to drag mines. There we go. We'll see if he can. But now more and more spider mines being thrown down. Spirit, he's just turtling up. He's just turtling up back at home. Oh, not again. This time, Classic does spot this with the Observer. He's aware. Meanwhile, Vulture's trying to knock down that wall. Ooh, shot goes off. How they punish the Vultures. Oh my god. Yeah, Vultures, they get shut down. As they are quite vulnerable here to the Reavers. Nice cleanup. As this mineral line is looking very exposed.
SCV good to go, sir.
See if Classic can punish. Likewise, we have a Wraith on the way. Classic once again moving in with that Reaver drop. I'm less confident about this, but there are less spider mines, I suppose. Threads the needle, goes in between the bases, headed towards the natural. Reaver shots going off. Ooh, getting 5 so far. Getting 5 SCVs. Wraith has arrived. Shots going off from the Vultures. And the shuttle should not be able to escape. Does attempt to. And can maybe save the Reavers. But even then, no shot. They're going to be hunted down. Oh, Dragoon's coming in to reinforce. Spirit, he gets 1 Reaver. He gets 1. He gets both. Yeah, barely gets both. Whew. Nice cleanup. Behind this, we have Classic going into Storm. So it's coming in. They force friendly fire. Not bad. Tanks are going to be fooling. SCVs as well. Doesn't quite break through, but does deny mining here. Does deny the gold. And tanks are laid to siege. And Classic pulls away. Nice damage so far. Yo, shout out to Comrade. Comrade, he in the chat. Gab. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. For 8 months. For 8 months. It's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. As welcome to the finals. We're here in the finals here of KungFu Cup number 4. StarCraft Evolution Edition. Here, getting into Game 3. It's been a crazy series so far. A lot of it because of the maps, I'll be honest. Cells are coming from the right-hand side. Classic looking for a way in between the bases. But alas, we have just a wall of mines and tanks. There's no way in. No with the ground army. As Classic is maxing out, and he's going for the dive. Oh my god, he's trying to at least. Baits out the spider mines. Drops over the army. Zealots, they all go down. Doesn't quite break through. Cleans up a lot of mines. And what I'm waiting for, and again, I think the last time I saw Arbiters in TVP was, I want to say Rebellion versus, was it Rebellion versus Quanta? Or maybe Rebellion versus Honmono. But it's been a while. It's been a while. And this is the ideal position for that, is to get into Arbiters, go into mass stasis, to stasis the tanks, and to break these siege lines. And we'll see if Classic gets there. For now, Classic is just trying to brute force it. Likewise, Storm is done. And one of these shuttles is full of High Templar. So he's setting up for a Storm drop. Setting up for that drop. Cleans up the mines. Oh! Shuttles are deflected. Storm's coming in. Oh, the shuttle does go down. Oh, both shuttles, massive losses here. Not a single storm. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Classic bleeding out a lot trying to break this position. Losing 4 High Templar and 4 Zealots. Takes down the factory. Classic, he does spot bottom right. He's doing it again, getting ready for more High Templar, another Storm drop. And still no Arbiters. Moving on, cannons they get into, sorry, Vultures they get into the mineral line. Probes going down. Classic, he does spot this. Let's rotate, I'll spot this. Once again, another Doom drop here. Once again, full of High Templar and Zealots. They are loaded up. Hopefully this time we're able to make use of the storms. We'll see. Jesus, that's a massive army. How many tanks do we have? 26? 26 tanks. Storm's gonna be coming in. Yeah, Storm's on the tanks. Not bad. They soften them up. Yeah, tanks are going down. Nice catch. Vulture's out of position. Where's the support? Yeah, the support is not here. Oof. Dragoons, they can't quite engage though. But that was what that was. Jesus, 11 tanks going down. Sorry, I should say 12. 12 tanks do fall. Dragoons trying to poke in. But where are those zealots? Where are those chargelots? Getting a couple of tanks. They're trying to catch reinforcements, but alas, Classy gets surrounded. He gets completely shut down. Spirit, he's moving in. He's going for the kill. Going for the bases. Catching out more zealots. Classic, his production is all over the place. And he does find some reinforcements. Oh my god. But zealots, they bunch up. They cannot push into these tanks. Again, that's 20 tanks. Some of them are on siege though. I cannot chase. There are just so many spider mines. I cannot chase down the tanks. Classic, he has to pull away. Once again, just rallying zealots here into their deaths. He's coming with the zealot drop. Goliaths are ready. The zealots, they unload, they go for the tanks. And they force the on siege. Yeah, nice on siege here from Spirit. He saves the tanks. Cleans up all the zealots and Spirit. It looks like he finally breaks through. He has momentum. He will take down top left. He'll take down the production, the gateways. And Classic has no answer. He has no answer to this. He needs more time to rebuild. Classic, he has a bank, but he doesn't have the production. Yeah, Spirit, he is stumbling out of control. Moving forward. Instead, Classic, he has to catch reinforcements. Oh god, but there are tanks everywhere. There are tanks at home, tanks across the map. Classic, he can do nothing. He's stuck between mech and mech. What does he go for? There's no good answer. There's no good answer here. We have a couple of Reavers coming in. They will help. They somewhat support. They take care of some of the reinforcing tanks. Meanwhile, Spirit pushing further in. Takes down another expansion. Another base goes down. Oh, nice Reaver shots here on the Vultures. Not bad. Oh my god, a lot of Vultures go down. Likewise, they'll say catch out the tanks. The tanks are exposed. Classic taking a good fight here. Does take a good fight. Shuts down a lot of those tanks. The Zelts finally get the shots they're looking for. Oh my god, Jesus. The Goliaths, they will clean this up though. The Goliaths, they stand their ground, they defend. And we have a back and forth. Spirit taking another expansion. Takes the northern center base. Classic expands bottom right. Both players taking fresh bases. And it's still close. But Spirit, he's stabilizing. Stabilizing, throwing down more spider mines. Nice Reaver connections. Oh my god. Those Reaver shots are crazy. That's classic. Ideally, he wants to force Spirit to be more defensive. He wants to force him back home. Goliath stays deny mining at the gold. So I'll say try to engage. Oh, but they're pushing into a tank line. Likewise, Vultures, they harass bottom right. Good moves out of Spirit. Spirit is moving in. Wedging himself in between the gold base and that southern expansion as well. Classic, he has to counterattack. I guess hoping to trade out bases. But Spirit, he can just go from this center goal base right into the heart here of Classic. Classic does have some storms. Yeah, storms coming in. Nice. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Yeah, massive storms here on the army. Storms, they blanket everything. And they shut down the first line of tanks. But there are still so many tanks here. The storms are solid, but just barely not enough. Likewise, dragging mines. Forcing friendly fire. Not bad. Oh. So we clean up those vultures. Meanwhile, transferring workers getting called out. 16 probes falling. Spirit, he does back off for a moment. Does pull away. Classic doing what he can. Spirit taking top left. Classic, he will deny. Not a bad rotation from Classic. Denies the expansion. Jeez, but there's still so many tanks. 29 tanks out of Spirit. Insane. Zealous take it into the mineral line. More Zealous trickling in. Reavers likewise catching out some tanks. Going for the mineral line as well. As, oh my god, some brutal connections. 19 SCV kills. Going for the vultures. Oh my god. Does pull away. Nice pickles here by Classic. Worker counts are somewhat evening up, but Classic will lose control here at bottom right, and Spirit, he can just keep going. He can keep going here to the base. And Classic, he's running out of army. He cannot defend this expansion. He's going to try. Moves in with the Reavers. Yeah, there's no saving this. There's no saving this base. Classic going for his own counterattack. Finds a couple of tanks. A couple of tanks go down. Observer does fall. Base is denied. But Classic did lose the mineral line. He lost the base and the mineral line. Here, Spirit, he saves the CC. Oh. Now pulling back. Funnily enough, the only match that has gone the distance so far here in tonight's entire broadcast is Brutal versus Brood War. Is this TVP? It has gone the distance. And it's been very scrappy as well. Very intense, very chaotic. We haven't had, like, you know, any kind of like turtle setup. I mean, Spirit was turtling early on, but Classic was doing everything he could to break him. So it's almost been non-stop. But every time I look at this army, like I don't see a world that Classic can deal with this outside of catching him unsieged with a surround, right? With zealots, with storms. And of course without Spider-Mine support. Speaking of, mine shots going off. Oof. Oh my god, brutal connections. Gets on top of the tanks. SCVs are going to be going down. Spirit, he's out of position. And nice storm here on the ramp. Oof. Storms, they do zone away. Gets another 15 SCVs. Likewise, Reaver drop here across the map as well. Catching more workers. Goliath's getting caught out. Nice moves out of Classic. Again, Classic, he cannot fight this head on. But so far, these guerrilla tactics, these counterattacks have been doing really well. Spirit does have bottom right. He had bottom right. Another run by. Another counterattack, getting even more. See, oh no! The transferring workers. Workers, they transfer. Classic, I'm sure he wants them. Main armies do clash. Spirit, he's pushing. Yeah, he just breaks out. Oh my god. Getting more SCVs. And Spirit, he's had enough defending. He's had enough. He does commit. Gets another Nexus. Back at home, there are some Zealots to defend. But again, Classic, he can't engage too freely into this. Wrapping around. He can counterattack. Now, the biggest problem coming into this, as the the shuttle does go down, is what's the mining looking like? We have half a base here for Classic, and that's it. We have one base mining, or half a base mining for Classic. Doesn't really have much of an economy. This run by doesn't go what he's hoping for, and Classic is run out of steam. He's run out of steam. This is the final army here for Classic. Dragoons go down, Zealots as well. And Classic is broke. He's broke, he has no gas income. Barely any minerals. And Classic, he doesn't have an efficient army. He hasn't been able to build up into Sky Toss or Arbiters or anything like that. It's been impressive, but Classic is being overrun. It's being overrun. If Classic was able to defend some of these bases and maintain an economy, that he could have pulled this off, playing this style. But again, he needs to sustain himself with this as he's throwing away his army each time, and he wasn't able to. Shout out to Spirit. If Spirit was more passive, then Classic would have had more success. But time and time again, bases are going down. As another Nexus falls. And Zealots, they do get into the mineral line. 20 more SCVs. Spirit, he brings everything back home. But Spirit, yeah, he has too much. GG gets called, and Spirit, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Spirit, he does fight back in the Brutal versus Brutal match. Again, very intense. It went the distance, split map scenario, and Classic had a lot of really strong moments when it came to his counterattacks, but once again, as we were mentioning, Classic, he could never really engage with the main army. He could never fight with the main army. Because of that, even though Spirit was having a hard time defending, Spirit, he was very consistent when it comes to pushing out. He would always push out, take down 1 or 2 bases whenever he could, and because of that, Classic couldn't really maintain this harassing style. Like, he just ran out of money. He just was broke towards the end, so he couldn't afford all those losses. If he was able to maintain even one more expansion, then maybe he could keep going, but he couldn't, right? He couldn't maintain those bases, he couldn't maintain his economy. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us here into our next game, into game number 4. Let's go. We're going to Middle Earth. It's Return of the King. Beautiful. Let's go. And I believe we're going to be stepping into SE2 versus SE2. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Return of the King, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series, but he does fight back, does put a point on the board. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from claiming the entire series and becoming our champion. It is a classic. Let us go. As again, this is now my second time casting on Return of the King, a map that I just haven't really been able to enjoy at all when it comes to the other events. And here we go. Spirit opening up with a proxy in the center of the map. I'm assuming? Oh no, never mind. Okay. He's moving out. He just paused for a moment, which gave me like it's scared. Oh, let's go! Is going for the proxy. So not quite in the dead center. He does hide it here towards the top half of the map instead. I think it's a wise choice, as I'm sure this area is very commonly seen and scouted by the scouting probe. So it's going to be 2 racks. 2 racks Reaper here by Spirit. I'm assuming Reaper, I guess we could open up Concussive Shell Marauder, but for the time being, Spirit doesn't know. He doesn't know where his opponent is. As a reminder, this is a 4-player spawn map. So it's up to Spirit to determine what's going on. Okay, it looks like Proxy Marauder. We have Marines back at home. Show us that tech lab. Classic going for his expansion, moving out with his own scouts. Trying to get a read on what's happening. As the Rax is now done. Tech lab is on the way. Proxy Marauder here out of Spirit, as we did mention. Classic moving in with his own scouts. Spirit, he checks top right. Confirms Classic is not here. Does confirm. Probe does get eyes on the Marine. In a sense, Classic is aware. He's aware of the location. And he is checking the center of the map. He's checking for proxies. Does pull back around. Does not find the racks. And Spirit has found him. He has found him. He knows. And from here, he can start to throw some bunkers. Can't set up. Marauders are on the way. Yeah, CV in between the bases. Okay, pulls back out. We're going to have 3 Marines and a Marauder. Bunker has been thrown down next to the pylon. And Classic has to do everything he can here to stop that bunker. And now SCV is zoned away. SCV is zoned back. We have more shield batteries in production. The boys are being pulled, but is this too late? That pylon, it's going to go down. I forget about the pylon going for the Stalker. Yeah, Stalker is targeted. Stalker does fall. Massive pickoff. Adept races back home and does target down those Marines. Yeah, Marines are falling nice around here on the Marauder. SCV gets targeted down. The bunker does not finish. Clutch moves here from Classic. Denies the bunker. Shield. Oh no, the shield battery! Oh my god, the shield battery 1 second too late. The Stalker goes down, and what is there left? We have 1 Stalker on the way. Boys have to be pulled. I mean, with the help of these 2 shield batteries, Classic, he should be able to hold on. It's still very close, but he should hold, and with that Spirit, he expands. Yeah, he knows. He knows he cannot break him anymore. Spirit is expanding. Spirit is transitioning out of this. Going into Stim. Going into his own natural. Whew. Okay, so the game will continue. The game will continue here. Takes down the pylon. Boys being pulled. The bunker does finish. Oh, that should not have happened. Yeah, still up there from Classic. And this is getting dangerous. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. There's the NG overcharge. Barely keeps the Stalker alive. Now turning on the Marauders. And with that Classic, he is going to be able to hold on, but he's bleeding out a lot of probes here. Sentry goes down. Probes go down as well. The bunker is burning. But that bunker finishing, I mean that was exactly what Spirit needed. And he almost has Stim. He almost has Stim. A little bit more time. Needs a couple more seconds. Classic trying to hold on. trying. I mean, the the Immortal has arrived. And that is going to pull off the defense. Meanwhile, back at home, Spirit, he expands. He can now freely expand, taking his own natural. Whew. And, I mean, I didn't even get to talk about it, but for the first time in a long time, we're featuring a 4-player spawn map in SE2. Like proper, like StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2. Let's go. It's something that we've been missing for a very long time, and I know that especially with Last Fantasy, there is a petition, there's a lot of, I would say, weight behind the movement of bringing back 3-player spawn maps at least. But yeah, this is something that we haven't seen in a long time. Really cool to see. Premier Classic, he defends, he does move out, he forces Spirit all the way back home, Stim is revealed. And Classic, he does finally find that proxy. I don't think he can deny combat shields, unfortunately. Does make his way into the main. Spirit is keeping up. Likewise, oh, it does get denied. Not bad. Combat shields is denied. Classic, he recalls back home. And behind this, building up into Colossus production. We have the Bay on the way for Colossus. Classic still on 2 bases, still yet to expand and take a 3rd. And going for the island, let's go. Does go for the island expansion. Another feature that we haven't seen in SE2 for a long time. I want to say the last island map was, or the last map that featured islands was Spirit in Industry, maybe? We've had like pseudo island maps with like bases that are walled off by rocks. We've had that more recently, but like a proper island, less so. Really, that's the reasoning why SC Boy are forcing SE2 versus SE2, I would imagine, to force these races, or to force this game mode on some older Brood War maps. Okay, suddenly I'm on board. Suddenly I'm on board, papi. Okay, let's go. It forces us into war prisons, but I mean, prison play, especially when it comes to like robot-based openers, is common anyway, right? Like, I mean, Classic is, I mean, he's freely expanding, getting his 3rd. Meanwhile, he has to respect this army. Nice force fields. And Classic will shut this down. Did ByuN or Hero not play? I will check after the event ends. I didn't quite check. But we don't expect ByuN or Hero to make it this far, regardless. They play SE Evo for fun. I would say that ByuN is maybe a little bit more well-versed than Hero in StarCraft Evolution. But they might have played. We'll check the bracket afterwards. We'll check the bracket afterwards. But we're in Dark, Classic, Hero. Classic and Spirit, I would say the best Terran and Protoss players in StarCraft 2. Sorry, in StarCraft Evolution currently. I did go into this before, but I would say of the top players in their respective races, it would be Spirits, Classic, and Dark as the top players. Classic coming in, rotating over towards that 3rd. Nice setups, they do threaten a shade. Oh! You get a couple of SCVs, they force back Spirit. Spirit getting his 3rd base up and running. Likewise, so is Classic. And now we're settling in. We're settling in. Now, this 4th base is where I thought things would be a little bit awkward. Classic gonna be taking the top right-hand bases. Let's go. Very, very isolated expansions here for Classic. But he's taking them. Again, he's not expanding towards his opponent, expanding away from the Terran, away from Spirit. Colossus drop coming in. Let's go. Catching a couple of SCVs. It's going to be zoned back. Yeah, there's a recall. Recall should finish up just in time. Oh my god, just barely. Barely does save the Colossus. As Spirit is pushing forward, momentum is still on his side. Again, just a really awkward position here for Classic. As Spirit, he can just go straight and threaten the main. He can threaten that main base. Yeah, he's dropping in. Yeah, he does drop in. Classic out of position. The main base is exposed. Gateways are going down. Robos as well. Spirit depowering half of the main. And the Colossus gets caught out. Yeah, Classic just having a really hard time traversing between the bases. With that, Spirit is overwhelming. Takes down the Robo. Storm on the Vikings. The Vikings, they take down the second Colossus. Going for the final Colossi. And he gets it. Does get a Vikings. They do their job. And Classic is just being torn apart. But again, this is just a really brutal position here. As tanks are within range of half the main. Brutal. As one tank is going to go down. Spirit, he rotates over towards the natural. Massive storms. Yeah, good connections here, but the tanks, they punish this. Yeah, the tank volleys are insane. And with that final storm, Spirit's going to be forced back. He does take the storm to the face. And I will say that Classic could recover if only he had his production. I mean, here he's down in gateways. You can see Classic, he has a massive bank. He just can't spend his money. Classic's got 1,000 minerals, 1,000 gas. But his production, I mean, it's not there. He's throwing down more gateways. Spirit, he scans. He does see the expansion of Classic. Classic trying to maneuver. Trying to move in. Dark has to leave. Oh yeah, I mean, Dark was in this tournament. Dark was in this tournament. He got knocked out earlier. Oh, EMPs, all very nice connections. They shut down the High Templar. And Spirit, he does catch Classic out. Takes down the Archon, does focus on those Immortals. And Classic is trying to defend with the bare minimum. And he still just can't spend his money. He's got 2,000 minerals. 2,000 minerals in the bank. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, massive EMP. Yeah, very nice drop from Spirit. Just picking Classic apart. We'll take the storm to the face. Pulls away with the Marines. And Spirit, he's stimming in. He's stimming in. He's looking to force that ace match. Let's go. Takes down the Charge Loss. Takes down the Archon. And he breaks the natural. GG gets called. Spirit, he will tab the series. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 5. Again, Classic just having a really hard time defending his bases. We did feature this map earlier, and we were talking about these cliff faces here on Return of the King. And as you saw, they are brutal. As tank lines, they can not just punish the triangular third base, clearly they can punish the main base as well. That was a brutal position outside of the main. Of course, this is something that you find out as you get more experience on these maps. But with that, Spirit, he was able to lay siege upon the army and on the production as well. And we saw that that was game ending. We saw that upon losing all that production, Classic, he was never able to rebuild, and he was never able to spend his money. He was just never able to spend it. He had such a massive mineral and gas bank and just could not keep up after losing all those gates and robos. And with that, GG, we are going to game 5. Let's go. And so far, the maps have been a big factor in every single game, actually, when it comes to play styles and how things have played out. And now we're loading into Ultra Love. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Brood War Terran player, the Blue Terran. From the land of Poland, it is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss. It is Classic. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends with some cheese. Let's go. As Classic, he throws down his initial gateways out on the map. And Spirit, no shot. Is he going CC first? Oh no, Spirit, he's no. Okay. Whew. He is setting up here on the low ground. I mean, it's going to be a Rax expand out of Spirit. And the scary thing about this setup here from Spirit is that his production is going to be exposed. His Rax is going to be exposed. It's going to be here on the low ground. This proxy here by Classic can overwhelm by punishing that Rax and by breaking the natural. Oh boy. That's that probe is putting in a lot of work. Gateways are about to finish. I mean, they're halfway done at this point. Doesn't quite get the building SCV. Not quite. Classic pulling away. Does pull away. Zealots are amassing. And what is it going to be to defend here? The boys are going to be pulled. There's going to be one Marine to defend. There is going to be some SimCity. Nice. We're fully walling off. Yeah, we have a full wall here with the depot, with the factory. Spirit, he has not SCV scouted. No SCV scouted to Spirit. He sees nothing across the map. Bunker is on the way. So also try to knock down that front door, but that Marine has arrived. Factory is going to be delayed. True. Going to be a big delay here on the factory. But Spirit should hold. Spirit, he should hold on. The Stalkers, that will complicate things. They can try to focus down the SCVs, the Marines, but the bunker's almost done. Stalkers, they don't delay that factory. Also, did you see those missed shots? As yeah, you can see the shots being missed actually. Classic, does he know? For those that are curious, shooting up on the high ground here does mean that you do miss like half your shots, which is why sometimes the HP is just not going down. See, like there, and there as well. He's missing the depot. The depot. It's bobbing and weaving. It's crazy. Does eventually go down, but yeah, that miss shot there, or that miss chance is brutal. Shots can miss. They can. Yo, depots are elusive, papi. They're elusive. Well, let's see if we can see more. Volley goes up. Up. Depot goes down this time. And we're just committing to the all-in, by the way. we're not stopping. We're committing to the all-in. Adepts, they do shade in between the bases. They catch out some of the Marines. Not bad. They get one. They get two. Two Marines go down. That depot is dodging so hard. It was crazy. Deepers, they cracked. Oh my god. As Classic does elevator into the main, going for the warp in, does commit. Boys are being pulled. The tank has arrived. There is siege mode. Mechanic fortify within range. He does pull back. But the tank, it's just too far back. Yeah, the tank is out of position. Marines are going down, and Classic has control of the main base. The main base under control of the Protoss. Does force evacuate. Does force a lift. Yeah, Spirit moving down. Does move down. One base versus one base. Let's go. Now, bearing in mind, these tanks will also have a chance to miss, as they're going to be shooting up into the high ground. True. Classic does clean up all the depots. Cleans everything up in the main. Oh, we have 3 layers of elevation here. Classic still reinforcing. With these adepts, he can try to shade on top of the tanks or even into the mineral line and force friendly fire. We'll see if he commits. Shade is coming in. He's going for the tank. It's going to be 3 tanks. There's the Unsiege. Yeah, as I'll say, dive on the tanks. First one is going to be target. He gets 1 tank so far. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets all 3. And with that, Classic, he does it. He breaks the natural. He breaks through the main army. Initially, it was a clutch hold there from Spirits, but alas, I could not stop this. GG gets caught, and Classic, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's KungFu Cup StarCraft Evolution champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As Classic, he will claim the series. Spirit, he will be knocked out. Again, a very, very intense back and forth, went all the way to the ace match, and I'll be honest, I mean, they all had their own quirks to them. It was a really interesting and really entertaining finals. I loved both games on the island maps, referring to Neo Isles of Siren and Paradox. We had a crazy back and forth on Amygdala in the Brutal versus Brutal match. Honestly, that went the distance, and that was the longest game that we've had in the entire broadcast as well. Seeing like mass mech versus a mass gateway composition, it was really fun and really cool to see. I think that might have been the highlight for the night, to be honest. We had a crazy back and forth on Return of the King. I think Return of the King again did like emphasize how crazy that map is and how many angles of attack there are as well, how exposed the main base is to the elements of the rest of the map. So the map did come into play. And yeah, really impressive performance here. Again, we do expect a lot from Spirit and Classic, and I'm happy to see they went all the way to the ace match. They went the distance. That was beautiful. GG, well played. When it comes to the rest of the tournament, un momento, as I do want to have a look at the bracket itself, because I wasn't quite able to see it earlier. Let us switch our scenes over. Let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket here. Bam. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, so we're only showing the quarterfinals here. Bratok took down ByuN. So someone was asking earlier about ByuN. ByuN did compete in this broadcast, in this tournament, but Bratok took him down. Again, ByuN, he's a little bit less experienced when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, so he had a good performance making it to the quarterfinals, but he did get taken out 2-0. We had Spirit take down SKillous 2-1. Again, we did cover that. That was an intense back and forth, an intense matchup. We had Dark taking down Prone. We had Classic taking down Geralt. Okay, so we had our quarterfinals matches. We did cover both of the semis, Spirit over Bratok and Classic over Dark. Classic over Dark was really interesting. Like, that felt like a lot of mind games. Both in game 1 and game 2, it looked like Classic, he was just really familiar with Dark's style. Dark maybe being a little bit too predictable in both games, and Classic read him like a book. It was very impressive, both on Monty Hall and also on, was it Amygdala as game 2? Yeah, Monty Hall on Amygdala. It was really cool to see Classic kind of read Dark and just, yeah, tear him apart, just countering him at every turn. It was really impressive. That led us, of course, into the grand finals. And again, there's a reason why Classic, he is the strongest Protoss player currently in StarCraft Evolution. Still went to the ace match, by the way, and part of that is also because of the maps. As a reminder, we featured a lot of island maps, and this is a rare sight. Typically, in a lot of these tournaments, we only feature one island map, either Neo Isles of Siren or Paradox. We rarely see both, which is what was hype about this series. we got both of them, Bobby. Oh my, it was crazy. Classic did come out on top. Likewise, we did have a back and forth here, Spirit returning in Amygdala and Return of the King. Again, if you missed it, I do recommend Amygdala. Amygdala was a lot of fun, so I do recommend checking out game 3 of the VOD, and I mean really every game all had something to bring to the table. And then we had Classic committing to the one base all in towards the end in Ultra Love. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Classic, and shout out to all the other competitors. Shout out to Spirit, Bratok and Dark for getting 2nd, 3rd and 4th place respectively, and to all the other competitors in the tournament as well. GG, well played. It's catching up in the chat. That's catching up. When did Spirit have the time to figure out Brood War? He's young. Spirit, he's devoted a lot of time to StarCraft Evolution. A lot of time. And I don't think he's played much Brood War. I don't think you necessarily need to play Brood War to enjoy StarCraft Evolution. There's actually a lot of like younger players even stepping into the ring, which has been a lot of fun to see. Like, we know that Geralt, for example, like, he's never played Brood War. Like, he doesn't know what he's getting into. But you can still enjoy it nonetheless and improve at it and excel. For sure. Guess mostly a Zerg buff. It's just a defensive buff. If you're referring to the mischance is very much so just defensive buff. It does mean, I say defensive. I say it does favor, of course, defending players, but it also does kind of make the map more dynamic. It gives much more credence or much more importance to high ground and to certain features of maps as well, which is really cool to see. It makes positional play even more important. Yeah, as Avex is saying, it's a combative mechanic and implemented defender's advantage. Yeah. For sure. Zerg probably only a lot. Zerg, I mean, yeah, as they're getting into in StarCraft Evolution, lurkers, hydras, plenty of range-based units, for sure. I'd argue to drop off too, as Avex is saying, and as we're kind of getting into it, just favors like positional play and map awareness. It does kind of make certain positions stronger, and likewise, it also makes players more aware of the strength of certain positions as well. I think we kind of saw that in, I think it was it Classic versus Spirit on, it wasn't Classic versus Spirit, but it was a game on Ley Lines, where you had, it was Bratok, that's it, Bratok versus Spirit, where I believe Bratok, he was set up in the center of the map. He was set up in the center, kind of in the tall grass, and Spirit didn't see that. He didn't see him, but again, he was aware of that position, so he just avoided it. He just completely avoided it. He didn't like commit. He like bypassed it entirely, like things like that. It just makes certain features of the map more interesting, more impactful, more dynamic. Gives them more weight. It's definitely nice to see, and we don't get to see it implemented too often. Again, like, it's a relatively recent change, so yeah, it's definitely fun to see, and a really nice change. That was one of the bigger changes to StarCraft Evolution. There's another big change that was also recent, I want to say in the month of March, which was the economy change. For those that are curious, I don't believe it was implemented in this tournament, but in the next one, there is going to be more minerals in the main bases. I believe mineral patches and I believe gases as well have increased minerals on gas, and this is to make 1 and 2 base play more viable, to not punish players as much for staying on a lower base count. So that's going to be a crazy change coming into April and coming into the rest of our tournaments. So looking forward to it. Again, I think some people, especially when they see StarCraft Evolution for the first time, they assume like, oh, like it's like Brood War versus SE2, and like that's it, and like the game isn't really adjusted, or the game isn't patched, and it's just like, you know, flat out like, you know, one race versus the other. But the reality is that there's a lot of care, there's a lot of attention put into balancing, put into patching, put into adjusting and changing and making it as competitive as possible, as interesting as possible, to keeping things balanced. So a shout out to the team, like they do actively patch and adjust the game and implement new changes and port new maps and update the map pool. Like, there is definitely a lot of care put into the mod, and a lot of care put into the tournament competitive scene of the mod as well. So big shout out to those working behind the scenes, whether it's working on the more technical side of things or even on the more artistic side of things. Big shout out. Big shout out. Not just mains, yeah, all bases, all bases. I had to fight tooth and nail for that change. It's the Avex. Let's go, let's go. Reverts to pre-Legacy of the Void Eco. Yes. Yeah, it just increases the amount of resources available at those expansions. Many a tooth were shed. Let's go. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. When it comes to our next broadcast, once again, this was a replay cast. Once again, this event did occur at the same time as the Rex March Madness, and of course, we did prioritize the Rex March Madness. That's why we couldn't cast this live. When it comes to the rest of our broadcasting here, we do have some more Kung Fu Cup on Friday, so we're still catching up. There have been a lot of Kung Fu Cup StarCraft Evolution tournaments, and we are just working our way through them. Kung Fu Cup number 5 is going to be another replay cast on Friday. Meanwhile, we have Code for Giants Cup Thursday morning. We don't have another broadcast this evening, as we do have a half a day off here Wednesday evening and Friday evening as well. We have the Pondcast on Thursday. I'm sure there's a lot to discuss. When it comes to the Pondcast, hold on, do I have a teaser for you? What are we talking about this week? Let's see. Discord. I mean, I guess the obvious one, of course, is video game companies vying for the IP of SE2 to make their own games. I think some people might have the wrong idea about that. For the most part, you should be, depending on which company takes it. I mean, there's a high chance that there's going to be like an MMO or like a mobile game. Bearing in mind that I don't think any of the companies that are bidding for the IP have any big experience in an RTS. So I think most people have gotten the grasp that like this does not mean like another RTS game. This most likely means a different variation of game with the StarCraft IP. But we're probably going to be discussing that a little bit more in depth. What else? What else do we have? There was, oh right, there's the Take interview. True, we're going to be talking about Take. Likewise, there was a recent change to Troy where I believe they increased the HP and shields on the gas geysers on Troy, sorry, on the simulators on Troy. What else? Yeah, just some news here and there. I look forward to it. Oh right, there was also so there was an interview with Take from Take TV, and also there was another video made on slower players in SE2, which we're probably going to be discussing alongside all the other tournament results. So yeah, with that, you can check out the Pondcast. Again, that is our weekly talk show on StarCraft 2, talking about news and adjacent news of SE2 and esports. So we do go over that over the Pondcast. Likewise, we do have KSL on Saturday, Hatchery Cups, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Sea Duckling Open as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon. SE Immortal, Pepega. I mean, I'll be honest, I might play it. Like again, when it comes to like a StarCraft 2 mobile game or a StarCraft 2 even MMO, like I might be tempted to try it out just because it's StarCraft. I'll be honest. Is it going to be good? I mean, if it's good, that'll be even better. But we'll see. We'll see. StarCraft 3, not at all. Not at all. Copium. It might not be RTS. I mean, it most likely isn't RTS. Like it's very important to set expectations when it comes to that. Very important. There's a very, very almost 0% chance it's going to be like RTS related. Maybe like I don't know, like a tower defense, or you know what I would actually really enjoy, like a hex based game, like a hex based like turn based like RPG featuring like StarCraft. Like there are so many other kind of games that you can like go for. I'd be all about that. Like what's an example of a game that I'm thinking of that's like hex based? Like imagine like XCOM. Like imagine XCOM that's like StarCraft. Like yo, I'd be all over. I love XCOM. I'd be all over that. Like SE2 XCOM, let's go. I don't think that's gonna happen either. I'll be like looking at the history of these devs, like I don't think they're gonna go for that either. But you know, like I'd be all for that sort of thing. Civ, maybe. Age of Wonders, maybe as well. Depends on the type of game, to be honest. To be honest, if it were a gacha, true. Age of StarCraft. Do you think we'll get any form of continued balancing from SE2? I think so. Like, as in, I think it's easy to expect what we've been getting so far, assuming that I mean, there are a lot of rumors that SE2 is going to be announced in 2 weeks for EWC. If that's the case, then, and if the deal goes through, then ESL will be incentivized to have seasonal patches, as we have been getting for the past couple of years. I do not expect any more regular patches than that. That, I think, is like some copium. Copium from my side is that I would love to see a new ladder map pool before the season of EWC. I don't think we will, just because even though, like, I'm already sick of the current maps in the current SE2 ladder map pool, which is why as tournament organizers we've already replaced them. The reality is that this is a new map pool. Like, the reality is that we got these maps, we got like Amygdala and Ley Lines and Ultra Love like in November, right? Like with the new patch. And we haven't had like a proper tournament circuit with them. So yeah, like that's my biggest concern, is that we're gonna be stuck with this map pool for a season of EWC. I would love to see the TLMC maps instead. But yeah. You mean you don't like Abyssal Reef? Crazy. I mean, no one likes Abyssal Reef. But yeah, like, that's like the introduction of Abyssal Reef, Neo Violet Square, and King's Cove. That's pretty recent, right? Like, that was what, November, right? That was post last EWC. So my biggest concern is that we're gonna be stuck with this map pool coming into the next EWC. Like, that's my big concern. Less so like the patch. I'm sure the top Terrans do. Even they don't like him. Even they get rid of them. I mean, they play them, of course. I guess in a sense, like, in a sense, they enjoy them in that way. But I think everyone is content with like wiping the slate clean and getting a new map pool. I don't think you'd get objections even from like players that are benefiting from this map pool, right? But with that, we're wrapping up. With that, we are wrapping up. With that, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via following us. You can follow us here on Twitch. You can follow us over on YouTube as well. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. Just catching up. Just catching up. Do the players choose if they want to play Brood War or not? In this tournament, they don't choose. They're forced one way and then the other. Here we go. Otherwise, with that, we're going to be wrapping up. So you can follow us on YouTube. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so do check us out there. Likewise, we also do have TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're all over the place. Wasn't last game pick? Yes. I should emphasize that. They kind of forced certain races, but the last one was whatever they wanted. That is true. Last map was player's choice. But yeah, with that, we're wrapping up here for the day. We're going to be back tomorrow. I was tempted to have a ladder session. I would love to stream, but this broadcast did go on a little bit longer, 5 hours, because we did have a delayed start. We had like an hour and a half long like wait before the tournament started, before the broadcast started, so I do apologize. So I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I'm gonna go get some food, gonna go get some rest, and gonna be streaming some Final Fantasy later on tonight. If you want to tune into my own personal streams, !light in the chat. I do stream whenever I can, whenever I'm not casting, and I should be streaming later on tonight, but not StarCraft 2, most likely some Final Fantasy, so do tune in there if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you for watching. If you want, you can also support us on Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments, SDO, STC, and MSO, 3 events here on a regular basis. They are all funded via Patreon, and you can see our Patreon goal just underneath the graphic. We're almost at our next goal. Thank you so much to all of our supporters here on the channel. We do appreciate it. We have reached so many goals so quickly over the past couple of months. Thank you so much for the support. Our next goal is at 500 USD a month. That is to boost the prize pool even further of Sparkling Tunica. So thank you. Thank you so much to all of our patrons. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft for Code for Giants Cup and the podcast. See you then. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.